Yo, what's going on, bro? Late one today. Rather late one today. Good fucking morning, chat. Good morning, good morning. Good morning? Yeah, it's still the morning. Marin, I apologize. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you the main errand that took the most time. Before everyone gets in here, we opened up the business bank account for Project M, if you know what I mean. Opened up the business bank account, had to sign some paperwork. Had to transfer some funds. I mean, people don't know what's about to hit them, bro. People don't know what's about to hit them. Project Girth. That's right. 100 P. Yeah, we got a late stream today. I apologize. But we're here. We're here. Shaved the beard, lost about 15 pounds. That's, chat, you can't let my fucking beard grow any longer than this. It's disgusting. I look like a feral animal. This is what we need. This is approachable. What the hell? I gotta fix my sub goal. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lot going on here. Lot going on here at Third Eye Global. Truthfully. Truthfully, dude. I had one of those days. I had one of those days where you ever get that momentum in the morning and you just don't stop? You just don't stop. The sub goal. We got to do at least 10,000, at least. No, I just, you see the subs up here? I just got to fix it because that's not accurate. What are we looking at here? We're looking at 2526. We're looking at 2526. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. Now let's see if this works. Just like that. Just like that. You gotta do at least 10,000, at least. Yeah, chat, I'm gonna be real. We gotta do at least 10,000, bro. All right, gotta do at least 10,000. Like at least, bro. Let me send out the bat signal. Let me send out the bat signal. The Greek nose, it's a Roman nose. It's not Greek. Come on. You need to understand your phenotypes. This is a Roman nose. It's not Greek. You know what? Ban him. Ban him. Ban his ass. Into the shadow realm. That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. YouTube.com/Philion. YouTube.com/Philion. Yeah, we're multi-streaming. We're multi-streaming. I need my goblins to say what's up to my YouTubers, and I need my YouTubers to say what up to the goblins. Hit a nasty workout this morning. Nasty workout. I feel lean and mean, bro. I feel in charge. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm making so much motion. I'm doing things that I'm not even writing down on my planner. Strange Wilderness, I haven't. You should go on the Gobecast. I don't know what that is. I will not be going on any podcast anytime soon. Okay, here at Third Eye Global, fucking silent in the shadows. I don't have time to talk to other people. Truthfully, I don't. No one interests me. No one has motion. No one is particularly cool. Podcasts are shelved indefinitely. No questions. Just results. I'm not interested in questions. If you have to ask me a question, come on stream. I'll answer it. I don't play well with others, okay? I only play well with myself. Greek Roman, same thing. Ban his ass. This guy's got to go. This guy's got to go. Patrick Bet David would love to have me on his show. I bet he would. I bet he would. Well, guess what? I'm unavailable. If Joe Rogan called me right now, I'd say, sorry, Joe. Can't make it. Hey, Joe, rain check? Maybe a rain check in a couple years? Sounds good. I got things to do, bro. I'm not kidding. I'm actually not kidding, though. I'm so serious. Oh, my. Look at that. First donation of the day. Beef Sleazy with the $2. Buying me coffee like it's 1986. Some might call that motion. $2? Holy dude. I appreciate the donation. Genuinely. Any tithe to Third Eye Global will not be made in vain. When is the next collab with coffee? I don't know. I told you guys. I'm not a YouTuber anymore. I don't know. It's going to become more apparent as the days go on. I'm not a YouTuber anymore. That dream, it's over. I accomplished it. I did it. I will be using YouTube as a means to achieve my goals. But collabs this, collab that. I'm not in content mode, guys. I'm in stream mode. I'm in entrepreneur mode. I'm in health maxing mode. Listen, I'll cover the slop. I'll give my 2 cents. But you could keep the change. Yeah, I'm in Moglog mode, bro. I'm in demon mode. I'm in motion mode. Nothing will take me off track. I will glaze myself for the next 3.5 hours if I need. I'm going to use YouTube like a fleshlight. Late ass stream, bro. Late ass stream. Yo, I'll tell you what. I trimmed the hedges, right? My girlfriend was... She did it for me. She lined me up. And then she moved on to the werewolf back hair. I'm not that hairy. Bro, she nicked one of my freckles, one of my moles. And that shit has been bleeding since yesterday. So, you know, if I bleed out, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm just saying. Arr. Chat, you want to know what else I did today? I stocked up on provisions. What does that mean? Now, a lot of you know me for just ordering food to my feet like a king. Oh! Soul Software with the 2. I appreciate you, bro. No. I went to the grocery store. I went to the beverage distributor, different place. And then oh! Todd, HMR with the 2. Only motion I have is in my colon. You should get that checked out. Number 3, I went to the farm stand. I'm talking organic vegetables. I'm talking vegetables you can't even pronounce. I'm talking fruit fresher than the Garden of Eden, bro. I'm talking only the highest quality food entering my body. Now, why do I have to do that? Because apparently I'm fragile. And if I don't have all my vitamins and nutrients, I'll pass away. So no more. Oh! Who's throwing money at me? Let's see. I don't have one of my programs open. Stop yapping. We don't care. Dude, I don't have any friends. So this is me venting. Matt Thomas with the gifted sub over on kick.com/Philion. I'm here for you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dolphin. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dolphin. You know, Mr. Dolphin is another young lad with motion. He's a highly esteemed member here at Third Eye Global. He's also a New Yorker, so that's like S++ tier. Did I see the Nick Shirley interview? I saw clips of it. I did see clips of it. 6'2", long hair, 330 bench, no big deal. Damn. Damn. Is my hair longer or is your hair longer? Because you got me beat on bench. That's crazy. Yo! Matt Thomas with the gifted 5. Fucking bunker busters going off. Holy shit! Hit the fucking deck, boys! Yo! His leg is gone. His leg is gone. Gotta patch him up. Somebody bust out the med kit. Oh. I was last year when there was 1,500 gifted subs. That happened again yet? I think that was last week. No, I mean, we just start over on the new week. That was a legendary stream. They will happen. They will happen. Sam Hyde just dropped a new one with Jesse Lee Peterson. Damn, Mr. Dolphin. We're like the same person, bro. Pull up the Trump buying Greenland video. Oh, we watched it on Friday. Hyde JLP had me dying. Was it amazing? Was it amazing? Beta. No lie, I might have got inspired for the long hair by you when I was a young lad. Mostly Jace Momoa, though. Sheesh. All that matters is you're long and strong now. I'm up there, though. I'm up there, though. I appreciate it. Chow, what's going on in the world? What are we going to talk about today? I find your DMs from 2019, you actually DM'd me back then? Damn. That feels like a lifetime ago. What made me want to grow out the hair? It's a good question. Let me fix this real quick. You see, the schools that I went to required me to cut it, have it a certain length. Couldn't be too short, couldn't be too long. So they tried to make me into an NPC. So when I got out of there, you know, I was like this. When I was young, I always wanted to have long hair because I was into skateboarding, although I wasn't very good. I thought the look was pretty cool. Edgy, I don't know. I was on some different shit, bro. I knew I wanted long hair. So when I was able to do that, just had to let it rip. And I'll tell you, I rant about barbershops a lot. There's probably a clip out there of me just talking shit about barbershops for 45 minutes straight, but I can't do it. I can't fucking do the barbershop. Don't even get me started on the humiliation ritual that is a barbershop. Not all of them. I've been to good ones, but most of the time, it is a homoerotic, annoying experience. You gotta wait in a chair. You have to there's like a guy that like, I don't know. Every word that comes out of his mouth is either a slur or he's talking shit about like 50 different hoes in his life. They always have like an AirPod in. They're talking to someone. They're not even focused. There's no attention. Like, and all they do, they take the clippers going, and then they click it. Yo, you want to fade, bro? No, I don't want to fade. Okay? It's not 2015 anymore. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like I can't. They force you to sit in a cuck chair. They force you to sit in a cuck chair. That's preposterous. That's just preposterous. Beef Sleazy with the 5. You ever think about reversing it? Long beard, short hair? No way. No shot. Hit him back with, do you want to fade, motherfucker? Yeah, I've talked about this. So, would you rather go to a barber shop where they put their mushroom tip against your shoulder? Or would you rather go to a salon when a milky MILF puts her boobs on your forehead? You tell me, bro. They wash your hair. They treat you with respect. It's a better environment. It smells good in there. Do me and Vinny still talk? Yeah, of course. Of course, says the horse. Do I still eat Magic Spoon? No. No shot. Yeah, so barbershops are not it. You know. Beef Sleazy with the 2. My priest is pretty young and rocks that look as well. There you go. So what else? What else is a problem with barbershops? Let me riff on this. The price is different every time. Okay? The price is fucking different every single time. Nobody is serious. It's a clinically unserious organization. Oh my God, Phil's nemesis with the 2. It's because they don't sponsor me no more, right? Yeah, and I also outgrew like the protein products. Like, I don't like the artificial sweeteners because they're not using sugar; they're using monk fruit. Not ideal for your boy. Not ideal. Anabolic with the follow. Huge. Yeah. So also, you want to know my conspiracy theory? You guys want to know my conspiracy theory? I don't think barbers are like good at cutting hair. To be a barber, right? You like it seems like you have one or two talent trees. You either know how to cut women's hair or you know how to cut men's hair. And like a true hairstylist can do both. And what I mean by that is The reason why I've had so many yee ass haircuts growing up is because some chud with a fucking razor would just shave my shit. But if you want an actual style, bro, you got to go in with the scissors. You got to go in with the scissors. That's right, Marin. That's why I only have girls touch my hair now. You know what I mean, though? Do you know what I mean? What's wrong with monk fruit? I just want real sugar. Just fucking put real sugar in my goddamn food. I'm not scared of it. I'm rocking the Iroquois undercut for the last 6 years. Skin all the time. Sheesh. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Yeah, so, I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Scissor cuts versus, my conspiracy theory is that a lot of barbers don't know how to cut hair. They just know how to shave heads. And all they do, they put you in a factory line and they shave your head and then they ask for money. I don't like that. The older I get, the more in tune I am with I like a nice, I like the finer things. I like when people pay attention. I like when people are focused. I like when there's expertise and quality. Don't put me on a factory line. I'm not a sheep. Yeah, give me an old-fashioned barber, straight shave, simple things done right. What soap am I rocking with right now? I got my Sunday Scaries. Dude, I got my Sunday Scaries right here. Right here. Usecheeky.com/Phillion. Goated Long Island Mall spot. Dude, there's a lot of malls on Long Island. There used to be a lot more. There used to be the Source Mall. There used to be the Broadway Mall. There still is the Roosevelt Field Mall. You have outlets. You have the Americana. I mean, it depends. What you're what you're up to. I'm the wolf. Always have been. Hope you're having a great night, Big Phil. About to go get some motion in the gym with my wife. Stay base. Never fake or gay. Appreciate it, bro. You have yourself a good night. Based. Matt Thomas with the 5. Holy buckets. The hell? More bunker busters just flying in. Based Chungus. There goes my other leg. What am I slurping on? I got a Spindrift. Sparkling water with real squeezed fruit. Told you, I got mad beverages upstairs. My fridge was fucking empty for like the longest time. It was depressing. My sister comes over. She's like, yo, you got no food. I'm like, I know. That's by design. But I fixed that. Yeah, I've been on that limo food grind. 1 mil subs, YouTube 2026. I don't know, bro. I don't know. It is what it is. We'll figure it out. I'm not pressed. I am not pressed. Do I own a boat? No, don't own a boat. I don't know if I ever will own a boat. I'd like jet skis. I'd rather rip and tear the high seas on a maneuverable little device rather than a boat. You know what the best way to go on a boat is? By going on someone else's. I prefer a submarine, to be honest. Tool 3. My custom jet is being built right now. Let's go, Marin. Let's fucking go. The Nest was the spot back then, for sure. The heated rivalry show they pushing right now. What? No, what show? In size, huge. Will Tennyson dropped an interesting video. It was a trucker diet, right? Boat bust out another 1,000. Yeah, my dad used to have a boat, small one, and it was fun. It was fun growing up, but yeah, it's not feasible. It's just not. Hockey show? No, I haven't seen it. Will is becoming unwatchable. Why do you say that? You know what's crazy? If you ever go to a marina and you're just like, whose fucking boat is that? Who's this guy think he is with a big boat, you know? It seems like it's the ultimate dick measuring contest. Michael Jordan's boat? I think I've seen that one. I think I've seen that one parked in Florida, to be honest. The intro? We can move it along right now. Lifted truck, BMW driver, or a boat owner? Who's more of a douche? I don't know. Some people have all three. Damn. He just parks it there. Science-based exercises, chat. Science-based exercises, bro. Sheesh. I'm feeling a little shitness industry. Feeling a little shitness industry, bro.
This is the moment I learned I love my wife more than she loves me.
Uh-oh.
And that hurts.
Sometimes the internet has a hard time understanding unconventional relationships.
I thought we left him in 2025. We could. We don't have to react to this. Chat, we don't have to react to anything. Enough moglogging for today. I feel you, bro.
Also think about what it would
The
take
hypocrisy of Whitney Cummings. There's a lot of comedy slop. We could rip Arc Raiders. Show you what we're working with. I feel you, bro. I know exactly what you're talking about. Whitney. Who? Pegged Watson. Totally could talk about Pegged Watson. What the fuck is Wes Watson?
I just love it. So you guys who
Yeah, Bill Burr. You guys know all the videos.
Anyway.
Let's do it. Do we start with Soyance-based? Channel 5 interviewing Nick Shirley. We can take a look. A lot of people said it was a bad interview.
Of
Did you guys watch this?
the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. Altogether, it did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk, who shared the video. JD Vance.
Erica Kirk. Forgot about that. Lily Phillips was on Matan Evans. The hell?
He shared the video. You had the Attorney General. Well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that
Deaf and arranged marriage.
main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center. Yeah. Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90.
One question before cardio. What are my thoughts on nicotine products? I've been using them for years and see a lot of health benefits online. So I actually had this question, right, to one of my friends who likes caffeine and nicotine. Now, I've never smoked. I've never done anything like that. I think a lot of my friends in high school and college got like one-shotted by vaping. But I always knew that, like, you know, as an asthmatic growing up, I'm lucky to have lungs that work. So why am I going to fuck them up? Now, I asked one of my friends, I was like, should I offset some of my caffeine intake with like Zins or nicotine? And he's like, no shot should you ever go down that road. So I never did. I don't really have a lot of insight on nicotine. I have some of my friends say it's like cognitive enhancing, like it makes you cracked and dialed. I don't know. Anytime I've really, like, is a cigar buzz from the nicotine or something else? It's got to be from the nicotine, right? You don't always feel a buzz with cigars, but yes. Yeah. Are Juuls not a thing anymore? Or they haven't been for years? Or they got rid of some flavors, right? Because I remember when there was like the mango Juul, it actually like had a iron grip on a lot of my friends. Just take creatine for focus benefits. So I don't know how I feel about creatine. I think I'm starting to think it's all placebo besides just water retention. That's like all it does. And maybe that's all it needs to do. But people think creatine will like cure cancer. I'm like, all right. I put 25 grams of creatine in coffee. Bro. Back in my day, it was 5 grams. Do you guys remember when the daily recommended dose of creatine was 5 grams? And then it jumped to 10, and now we're talking 25? What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, I don't know. Whenever someone tells me something's like inherently good for my brain, I'm like, I'm pretty sure reading is good for the brain. I don't know if creatine is. I don't know. Listen, you could show me studies. I'm not going to take creatine as a cognitive enhancer. So you're telling me you guys on creatine, like you feel smarter? You feel more focused? There's no way. There's just no way. Dead ass? Nah. That's preposterous. Multiple new tonics a day are helpful. Bro is zooted off the new tonics. I got to look into the formula. Feel less brain fog? What the fuck is brain fog? Why don't you just lock in? Do you ever think of locking in? I tried a Zyn once, and I almost collapsed. Like a Skyrim character taking too much skooma. Also, taking creatine isn't very primal, chat. Yeah. I don't know. I don't take creatine. I don't take nicotine. Maybe I'm just a pussy, though. Maybe I'm just a pussy. No vices, just gooning. Just gooning until there's nothing left. Just feeding the geese. No, I never goon. r/creatine is unhinged and hilarious. Why are you on Reddit? Ban this man. We have a Redditor in chat. That's disgusting. If you do try, Nick, smart to drink a soda or eat a candy bar. Why? I love how people used to be able to get shit done in advanced society, but nowadays you can't do shit without supplements. See, I think that's kind of cope because I think people always relied on substances to help them. Like, you know, everyone was off the alcohol at one point. Quaaludes, I mean, top bankers are doing some weird shit. Private equity, hedge fund managers, like everyone's got their vice. Tobacco, coffee. If you wanna label coffee a vice, I mean I wouldn't, because I don't abuse it and like I just enjoy it. But some people are like, caffeine's a drug. Like, sure, okay, buddy. See, you have to understand the normalization of coffee culture. That's like a dog, right? We evolved alongside dogs and coffee, obviously. The only two things I need. Not me, I was always cracked without it. Oh, so it just makes you extra cracked, or it's just fun? See, a lot of people think that we could like one-shot Victorian era people. I think they're actually hardier and sturdier than we think. I feel like they might actually wash us. Coffee is bad because it's acidic. Dude, I'll squeeze lemons right into my mouth. Back in my country, all the farmers had beer for breakfast. I don't think they would be able to work without it. See, that's interesting. Because beer, and a lot of blue-collar workers like still like use it. There might be some performance-enhancing benefits of like a tactical beer. Because what? It has a lot of carbs in it. It's hydrating in some way. I don't know. Yeah. That's not health advice though. I'm just saying there are people that do it. A lot of runners drink beer to carb up, like mid-race or like pre-race. Mid-race. I don't know if that's ideal, but like it might be. I don't know. See, a lot of things that I thought I knew, I actually don't know. Like food doesn't matter at a certain level. It just doesn't matter. You have top athletes just straight. It could be the drugs that they're taking too, offsetting the food. But they don't give a fuck. They'll pound McDonald's and then score 3 touchdowns. Those rave gloves. Yeah, they hand out beer and donuts and stuff to marathon runners. I know. Glovers or sliders? I'm team slider for sure. For sure. Yeah, I know nothing. Missed you, bro. Protein shake with schnapps. Is that what he actually did? What are some historical vices? I don't even know if I know any. What, like the fucking brothel? Opium. There's a group chat with marathon runners and cyclists that all just ask how to consume more calories. They need the craziest food or they lose weight. That's what I'm saying. Food doesn't matter at a certain level. You got to know at least one thing. Well, he knows that he knows nothing, so I guess that is one thing. You guys are talking like biblical vices, huh? See, like lust seems too almost like juvenile. Like, oh, big boobies. You got me. I fell for the trap. Like, how do you not have impulse control? You know what I'm saying? Well, you're right. He's got to know something in order to know that he knows nothing. Growing up is realizing that nobody grows up. Yeah, is everyone just a giant child? Is growing up cope? Getting one shot by a pair of heavies is weak-minded. But like I understand it though. See, that's the problem. Like I understand it though. It's just, I wouldn't fall for the trap. I'm sorry to hear that, Cole. That is horrific. Of course, said the horse. Is that a saying? Or did I coin that? Of course, says the horse. I don't know. Am I reading anything these days? Bro, I am trying to finish this 100-page book, and I'm crawling at a snail's pace to get through it. I read about half of it in one day, and now it's like 10 pages a day. It's Lessons of History. I want to read Red Rising. Why, you have any recommendations? Do a page a minute, you'll be done under 2 hours. Think about it that way. So true. Yo, we got some weird motherfucking comments on YouTube. You know, sometimes I'm reminded why we went over to Kick Exclusive. You guys are definitely a different bunch. Fuck. You almost at 1 mil subs on YouTube. You got moves after that, or just streaming till you get the GTR. So if you haven't been paying attention, Anthony, we've been losing subs. So if my goal was to hit 1 million subs, I'm actually regressing. My goal is not to hit 1 million subs. My goal is to launch a successful company, which we are in the process of doing. Every day before and after stream, I am locked in on the back end trying to bring this vision to life. The goal is to be the first to reach 900K 3 times. Everything's just a stepping stone. Many great kings got one-shotted by lust. Beef sleazy with the 2. What about the second channel? I think you changed the name to your full name. I did. So I still don't know what I'm going to do with that channel. Perhaps I will turn it into a vlogging channel. And I will be vlogging the behind the scenes and daily life of running said company. That seems to be the move. So it would be called Mog Vlogs. Figure it out, bucko. I'm trying. I'm fucking trying. The channel still has some great content. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that was a fun second channel project, but we just moved it over to the main channel. Vlogging is right next to podcasting, in my opinion. In what way? See, I think vlogging is actually it's like a lost art, right? Like, it used to be a cornerstone of YouTube, but nobody does it. Well, people do it, but nobody really does anything interesting. Any hints on the new company? I mean, a lot of people know in chat what it is. I will be releasing a... Should I say it, chat? Should I say it? Grass-fed, grass-finished, ultra-high quality USA beef meat stick. So my goal is not to compete with other meat sticks. My goal is to compete with Big Protein. Okay. 25 grams of protein, 200 calories. The product is incredible. There was a vlogging hype train for a couple years that started to feel overdone. Oh, yeah. Everything comes in waves. Casey Neistat was the guy in the day. Shout out Casey Neistat. What's it going to be called? So, it's not a secret. The name of the company is Mogged LLC. It's already registered in the state of New York. But the product is called a Moglog. So an even shittier Slim Jim. That's a ban. That's a permanent ban. How dare you criticize the authenticity and quality of my flagship product? 200 calories for 25 grams of protein is S. Yo, he's gone too. Get this. Guards. Grab these fucking clowns in chat. I was at a shooting range today and there were numerous meat sticks on the shelves. I've never seen that. And they were new companies. Yeah, so there's new companies, but they're all doing the same shit. It's uninspired. They don't have high quality meat. They're using all these filler ingredients. They're not high in protein. They're way too high in fat. I mean, who doesn't want to try my meat? Ran a marathon. It was terrible. Why do people do this? You lose all your muscle too. Yeah, distance running is a weird one because it does test your mental and it is hard. But it's like, do you want the actual trade-offs, right? There's an inherent difference between being fast twitch and slow twitch. Do you want the endurance or do you want the power? You want both? It's not how that works. It's not how that works. Not going to make it. Chat, should we watch? Yes, we have a couple weeks left, and it will come to life. So it seems. I need some fiber. That's crazy. Pretty sure I saw somewhere you only need to do like 25s to work to upkeep muscle. If you've gained, if you slow down, stop. A marathon here and there won't strip you to your bones. Yo, it might. It actually might. No, it won't, but your performance will 100% go out the window. Hey, Cooper, 2048 with the natty sub. Slop's getting cold there, brother. Would you say it is better to be vaguely right than precisely wrong in the fitness realm? I think so. I would never create a vegan meat stick. That is both redundant and what's the other word I'm looking for? Not hypocritical. What's the other word I'm looking for? That's an oxymoron. Yes. That is oxymoronic. You're not planning on producing videos like before? That's long gone. It's long gone, my friend, for now. For sure, it's long gone. All the right flavors, bro. Weighs like 110 calories for 25 grams of protein. So then go eat protein slop, brother. Go get your whey. See, this product one-shots normies because they don't understand the full picture. The issue is not just getting pure protein. You have protein powder for that if that's your fancy. Okay. You can get air-dried steak chips if that's your fancy. This has the correct ratio of protein to fat. You need fat. Fat is sustenance. That is fuel. That is satiety. That will keep you going. There's also sodium in this product. Perfect electrolytes before or after your workout. Say you go hiking. Say you're in the middle of the desert. Say you're on an airplane and you're looking for something to eat to quench that hunger. This is grass-fed, grass-finished, highest quality USA beef you can get. It will be hand-shipped by me. The protein, it's a metric, but it's not the be-all, end-all. All I'm saying is, if you eat 10 of my sticks, that's 250 grams of protein, 2,500 calories. No, sorry. That's 2,000 calories, 250 grams of protein. That's preposterous. Everyone hating is going to be pocket watching for life. Wow, you think we're going to make it, bro? You think we're going to go huge? Dr. Sweetleaf with the resub. Phil's third beef log, 250 grams of lean chungus. Appreciate you, Johnny Hops. Mr. Johnny Hops. Wake up, buddy, wake up. All right, let me grab a drink and then we'll watch this because I want to get to the bottom of it. Yeah, so I mean, YouTube, the 200 of you that are in here, you may have known about it, you may have not known about it, but now you're formally in on the enterprise, okay? This doesn't leave the stream. This is on the down low. For attention brings competition, and we will be moving in silence like the G in lasagna. Okay? You can whisper about it to your friends, family. Yo, there's this new product coming out by this absolutely cracked and dialed Giga Chad. What form of protein? The best form, buddy. Beef. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? So, yeah, up until... this started as a joke, but we're just going to fucking wing it, bro. We're just going to fucking wing it. Will I hand deliver my founder log like Gabe Newell did with the first batch of Steam Decks? I was thinking about that, right? Like, if you're local, if you're a New Yorker, I might be able to hand deliver some Mog logs. 100%. Like, you guys, I'm trying to set an example here that you could just do things, right? A lot of people don't take the first step. A lot of people just have ideas, and they never actualize them. So I'm going to turn this into a multi-million-dollar, perhaps billion-dollar franchise enterprise. And it all starts with risk. Moglogs can't compete with my rival product, Chud Chips. Yo, Mods, get his ass. My daughter, Michaela, speaks of this. To Alabama? Maybe I could be able to make a stop. Or maybe I could airdrop it. Attach it to a drone. There'll be more products, don't you worry. There'll be more products, don't you worry. It's gonna be big though. It's gonna be big. I was I was asked how much revenue it would do in the first year when setting up the account, and I was like, bro, I don't fucking know. He's like, all right. Well, if you do have millions of dollars coming in, we just might have to have a conversation is all. I'm like, okay. I said a gorillion, bro. A gorillion. Yeah. Soy sticks. That's I can't engage with that. I can't even put my eyes on that comment. That should be a shadow realm. 100 fucking P, bruh. 100 P. It's been 1 hour and we haven't started the slop, but that's okay. I'm here for you guys. Fucking locked in. You know, Mondays are interesting. They're my hardest day of the week for a couple reasons. Number one, it's mainly my strength and conditioning workout. And then Wednesday and Friday, I start to peak out and I start to box. But Monday is usually a grinder. So starting the day with that violent workout is just, it is ideal, but it's not ideal at the same time. It's not ideal because it hurts when you're going through it, but it is ideal because then you can look back and be like, yo, I already did the hardest part of the day. I survived. And then you carry that momentum onwards. And that's why today was such a legendary day, because it was just action, 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 action. Holy buckets. One hundo fucking P. All right, I'm gonna stop yapping. I'm gonna grab a drink and then we're gonna watch. You stay here, YouTube. I'm gonna be back in 46 seconds to 1 minute and 18 seconds. I'm watching you. Yo, I'm actually impressed with you, YouTube. I'm actually impressed. You didn't fucking leave me. You didn't leave us. And for that, Dr. Oh! Yo! Matt Thomas with the gifted 5 subscribers over on kick.com/Philion. Sheesh! Holy buckets. You counted? You know, when I was young, well, when my sister wanted me to, like, do chores for her, or, like, I don't know, run errands or some shit, she'd be like, "Do you do that? I'll time you." And I would fucking speed run it. I would speed run it because she was timing me. I feel like if you did that, you were a legend as a child. 100p. Didn't do shit. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Mr. Mike testing popular science-based exercises. Do they work?
Hey guys, I'm Dr. Mike here for RP Strength, and I'm a sports scientist who goes to the gym to try to get jacked.
Doctor. I mean, I'll give it to him. In the big 2-6.
But just because I'm science-based doesn't mean I'm #science-based. What the hell is that? It turns out I just don't know a whole bunch of exercises that are #science-based on the old TikTok. Scott, the video guy, found a whole bunch of them for me. I'm gonna try them today and see how much I can learn and maybe how much I...
Imagine taking advice from someone who can't jump a nipperd.
can unlearn of the insane stupidity that no longer will follow. But maybe some good stuff too. Hey, be easy, Mike. All right, let's go. Let's science it up. Right. You guys know when you look at a thumbnail for a video that has the
The way you recruit more motor units with Bluetooth handle is so tough. You guys know about the Bluetooth AirPods conspiracy theory? I don't know if it's backed in science, but there's a lot of people ditching their AirPods for the wired earbuds. I don't know if I believe it, but some people think their brains are getting microwaved. Maybe my brain needs a little bit of radioactivity. And then those same people put their phone right next to their balls. That's right.
person doing the exercise, they're not moving yet, and you're like, if I was paid a lot of money to figure out what's going to happen next, I actually just don't know.
Do you guys know what the Bluetooth symbol actually is? It's pretty cool lore. It's a rune. It's a bind rune merging the younger Futhark runes Hagal and Jarkin, Harold's initials. The more you know.
So this is S-tier exercise prayer hand emojis, and he looks winched into place.
Keep doing you, bro. You and more plates, more dates saved me from the shitness slop. You're always welcome here at Third Eye Global. I appreciate the generous donation.
Through a variety of levers. So I've got
Phil, I found your profile on Grindr. Am I looking good?
crap. What the f is going on? So there's like
I will never get over Mike's tattoos. Dude, they're based. Money and gear. The more gear you take, the more money you make. And the more money you have, the more gear you can take.
like a systematized way to analyze exercises. And one of the ways is like the...
How did Derek somehow be part of the fitness industry and escape it? Let me explain something to you guys, okay? The older I get, the more I am sobered to the reality that social media, especially the fitness industry, is an extraction shooter. Everyone is playing this game, player versus player, competition with each other, and the environment, the algorithm, similar to Arc Raiders. And there are these extract points where you want to escape to with all of your loot. The problem is a lot of people don't get any loot and they never extract. So then they become lol cows. But if you're able to find the high quality loot, if you can get your bag and extract, you win. Now, Derek, More Plates, More Dates, is a co-founder of Gorilla Mind. A lot of people don't know this, but there is another founder who was also a YouTuber back in the day from the dating or pickup community. And that company pulls over a few $100 million per year. Now, he also has other business ventures as well. All this to say, he's cracked. He's fucking him in many regards. And he realized that, just shit posting is not ideal for one's mental health.
Time it takes to set up and warm up is a cost against the exercise. Exercises like dips, close grip push-ups, inverted skull crushers, they just take so little time to set up and warm up for that they win on that count. And so here, that's just a fucking unmitigated disaster.
Did I see Chris Bumstead doing the same fitness test as Mike and he tore his quad trying to run? Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I have a lot of words about that. It's just kind of embarrassing, man. People don't understand this, but the fitness industry and athleticism are two completely different worlds. Perhaps it's a Venn diagram and there is some overlap, but for a lot of these bodybuilders, powerlifters, CrossFitters, everyone has their Achilles heel. And when you only train one thing, it's like the pros and cons of specificity, right? You get good at that one thing, but then you neglect everything else. So a mature approach that I've kind of incorporated into my training is more of a comprehensive overlook, right? There's more to the human body than just building muscle. In fact, more muscle is not better. At a certain point, you get muscularly obese. More muscle is more calories. It's a faster metabolism. So unless you want to shove food down your face nonstop, everyone has their Goldilocks zone, height to weight ratio, amount of muscle mass, where their peak performance. And it's your job to figure that out. And it's also, what goals do you want to accomplish, right? I think being able to run in a straight line for as fast as possible is a life skill that everyone should be able to utilize at their disposal. Because, I don't know, what if you're getting chased? What if you have to save yourself? Being able to sprint is is level 1, but 90% of people past the age of 30 will never sprint again in their entire life. So I find it a bit worrisome that the pinnacle of male vitality in some ways on social media, Chris Bumstead, bodybuilder, inspirational to the masses, cannot run without tearing his quad. If you want to be capable, you got to cover all angles. Stability, endurance, power, strength, agility, coordination, sport-specific skills. You want to be dynamic. You want to be adaptable. That is fitness.
Sure. Okay, we're on the clock. Okay.
Training like a track athlete or wrestler will give you a good physique, especially if you incorporate Olympic lifts. I did both in high school. I was probably better at track than wrestling. But yeah, you're right. There's a reason why these ancient sports are still around. I think a lot of people would benefit to add plyometrics, calisthenics, and explosive movements. They will also protect you from injury. I'm getting old now, almost unk status, and people are starting to break down. Late 20s, early 30s, this hurts, that hurts, imbalances left and right, overdeveloped muscles, underdeveloped muscles. I have none of that. But it's because I had to build myself. I was effectively broken coming from like strength training, traditional gym bro split, push-pull legs, to like, okay, why don't we try to express some form of athleticism now that I have the means to do so? I'm talking proper rollouts, stretching routines, wire before you fire, dynamic warm-ups. It's a holistic approach that is just absolutely dialed.
And then this individual is controlling the eccentric, not a ton. So I think
I can't tell if this is satire or not. Like, is this kid just memeing on TikTok and Dr. Mike is taking it at face value, or does he actually think this is a good exercise?
it's fine. They're doing a fine job there, but it could be better. It's a lot of emphasis on the concentric. Yeah, I mean, towards the end there's not really much eccentric control. And you can tell there's not a lot of eccentric control towards the stretch. So that's not great, because that's where we know eccentric control actually has the most influence, because high forces at closer to the stretch cause more hypertrophy in almost every study. The other thing is, like, they've set the situation, the cam to...
What happened to just picking up some weights and moving it? Social media and optimization, to be honest, right? I've been saying this for years, but guys, lifting weights is so fucking simple, okay? Cavemen can do it. It's not hard. We figured it out. Eating real food. Calories in versus calories out. You probably want to eat a lot of protein. Now, this sounds like it's retarded advice because it's so simple. You get stronger, muscle spawns on your body. So, because what we know of the human body and training in this regard is so simple, and it can be applied to the masses unless you actually want to get specific about a certain goal, it's not packageable and sellable. So what do people have to do? They have to overcomplicate it. They have to overanalyze everything so that they could sell you programs and coaching and apps.
Low. And so you notice they're only coming to a little bit more acute of an angle than 90 degrees at the top, where this young gentleman could absolutely come all the way up. Now, I think it's really neat that they have the strap that prevents them from coming forward. The problem with that is that strap preventing you from coming forward removes the action of the muscle that would prevent you from coming forward. And that muscle happens to be the long head.
Unless you're looking to like milk a cow whose udder is made out of adamantium steel, I don't know what the point of this isolated S-tier exercise is.
The triceps. Yeah. It's cool. This thing's neat because...
I think I know what you're starting to say now. I would rather be vaguely right than precisely wrong.
It like prevents me from having to use my tricep to stabilize, I guess. But it's purely extension function. Feels real stable. No, Scott, God damn it, I feel...
It's like, I'm a 27-year-old man. I can't be doing this in the gym. I'm not double strapped up doing the milking exercise.
I feel like I'm being fucking tortured. Get me out of here. It is a stable setup. And so it's true that you'll recruit lots.
The funny thing is, Solomon has shown that Jeff, who's obsessed with optimization, has completely backwards programs. I know. Jeff Nippert's former client, Solomon Nelson.
The motor units this way. Recruitment and stimulus are two different things. You can actually recruit all of your motor units doing a near lockout isometric press, but that doesn't cause as much hypertrophy as a dynamic press that goes into a fuller stretch. So it's just kind of like motor unit recruitment's dope. It's not the only factor in the equation. I would just say that if I was to modify this exercise, and really increase motor unit recruitment, I would.
You want to increase motor unit recruitment? Go deadlift.
Or just do a skull crusher on a Smith machine. Yeah, I mean, it just feels annoying and the cuff hurts. I guess, you know.
So how do we rate that?
Oh.
Like, I don't know what it is with, like, the new generation of, I guess there's just new suckers born every day. But it seems like this aesthetic crowd that is having this revival and hypertrophy in the fitness industry is obsessed with just, like, the most supplemental isolation movements because it burns or maybe it feels good or they get a pump, which is fine. But, like, where is the meat and potatoes? It's not flashy. I guess that's really it. Deadlift, squat, bench press, overhead press, rows, weighted calisthenics, pull-ups, dips.
It's tough rating. Can I give a dual rating?
That's so true. Lifting is the last thing that should have turned gay, but here we are.
On straight up efficacy, like once you get in here, how like much muscle can you grow with this? I'd say it's like a 7 or an 8. It's a nice exercise. On setup time and complexity, like a 2, you know? Like there's probably more complicated ways to train. I just can't think of any offhand. That's it. That was gross.
See, like, you could do this, or you could just do weighted dips or close grip bench press. Form follows function. You think you're going to have small triceps if you're close gripping, just ripping 225? If you're doing 2-3 plate dips? There's no way.
All right. How do I get out of here?
I just can't stand fitness content anymore, man. What the fuck is this garbage? It's just a whole bunch of let's see Paul Allen's tricep extension bullshit.
Okay, POV, you try to do some science-based exercises around old school lifters. Sweet. And that guy's not having it. Scott, what muscle is that for?
You're the scientist.
All right, so it's kind of like a little bit of a pack fly. I think it's probably, this guy probably thinks it's
Call that the chicken wing.
for the lats, which it probably is to some extent. What I like about this exercise is that the vector is roughly orthogonal to the limb.
Or you could just do pull-ups. Like, when you extrapolate all of this, there's just some exercises that mog others. So start at the top of the food chain and then work your way down.
At the most stretched part of the movement, though that's not the most stretched part of the muscle by a long shot because your lats don't stop here, they stop up there. And then the
Like,
lift.
I couldn't imagine trying to lift as a beginner with this over-analysis paralysis. Like, where the fuck do I start?
would get progressively easier as the concentric went in, which is a really good force curve. That's really swell. All right. Did he go higher than this? Not great. Feels weird on my elbow, but I'm sure that's just like a warm-up thing. Feel my tricep.
I'm losing fucking brain cells.
There's like this universe of lat stretch I'm missing, which I'm used to, where like it's the most effective, but we can't go there because that's not hashtag biomechanics, some shit.
Why am I not scamming retards? I need to start my villain era.
Shit, out of here. Going for the door. Help. Real quick, fellas, this might apply to a lot of these. To be science-based means you take all of the scientific knowledge that you have about stability, about range of motion, about stimulus to fatigue ratio, about stimulus to time ratio, like how much time you're spending in the gym, about how something feels for your body, detecting joint pain versus muscle pain, about ranges of motion, and about the vectors that you can impose into various muscles through cables and angles. And you take all of that
Just lift it.
together, and what comes out of that integrated analysis is science-based. A lot of these videos just take kind of cable setups that like nominally or notionally like stimulate a muscle. They're like, let's do this. So cable like this.
Do I think eating a meal before working out affects gains at all? I understand that it can make you groggy, but other than that, yeah, so this is coming from somebody who has strength trained pretty aggressively. Now, I wasn't elite by any means, but I was significantly stronger than the average gym goer and even some of the biggest guys in the gym at one point in my life. Most people you'll see in a gym, I don't know about today's inflation, right? But they're not, most people in a gym don't deadlift. They'll never train legs, so they're not squatting. And then maybe you'll get some short gorilla manlets that can bench pretty heavy. But that wasn't me, right? So I was dealing with a much longer wingspan and range of motion. Most people won't touch weighted calisthenics either. They'll just go in, they'll work on the fluff and pump, they'll feel good about themselves, and they're lifting for validation, maybe for themselves, or perhaps a girl. That's all fine. Or maybe they're into guys. I don't know. But all that to say that my advice is coming from a place where it's like performance was kind of like the first goal in terms of like actual output in the gym. So in my experience, yeah, eating a meal before a workout will 100% give you an edge in terms of strength, endurance, power. I mean, like it's fuel for your body. Anyone who says that they perform better training fasted is either lying or they're out of their goddamn mind, because that just makes zero sense. Now, maybe if you had a big meal the night before and then you train in the morning, perhaps. But I'd still think that if you crushed some like carb-heavy meal before a workout, maybe had some time to digest, you would still perform better. I feel so weak when I don't have proper nutrition. Fasted training only really matters for cardio. That's my anecdotal experience as well. Like sometimes if I go for a long run, which I don't do anymore, fasted cardio might be ideal. Just because at a certain point of training, sometimes you have to factor in like your gut volatility. If the meal is going to make you have explosive diarrhea or farts that you can't trust, it's probably best to avoid it.
That's part of the picture, and it's not wrong, but it's just not the whole picture. And so, like, if you have a situation where, you know, you have like a door in your house that's wired to like an electrical opening system, and you press a button and the door creaks open and it takes like a while, and you're like, why don't you just push the door open? And you're like, what's science-based? And they're like, what's the science? And you're like, electricity. You know, like Thomas Edison, you're like, right, yeah. But you know, because science is our way of inspecting the entire universe, anything in the universe can be kind of science.
Be honest, did you start working out for girls before you went full Sigma? Yeah, I think there was a portion of that. But to be honest, the main reason why I started to lift was because I didn't like the way that I looked in clothing. I was always tall for my age, and at a certain point, as you mature, the lank ratio is not ideal. So I had to fill out my clothing. I specifically remember I wanted my biceps to fill out a t-shirt so that it would like wrap around my skin. And then when you actually get there, you know, you're rocking extra medium shirts because you think you're hot shit. and then you start to wear clothing that fits again, and then it leaves you entirely, or at least in my opinion, and then you actually want to start to wear maybe perhaps even baggier or oversized clothing to hide your power level. I know that sounds cringy, but it's more comfortable. I started to hate the feeling of looking like somebody that's clothes are too small for their body.
Based, if you think about it, and even a lot of bro lifting makes a ton of sense from a scientific perspective. And so when you call something science-based, what you mean by science is like, would say like infrared.
I hated looking like I was a Mr. Olympia competitor too. Yeah. I had to stay humble.
Differential diagrammatical biomechanics, which means like you're inferring that based on some diagrams from biomechanics, this could train this muscle. You just kind of accept as religious faith that it does do this better than others, then that's not really science-based. That's hashtag science-based. Now you're really winning because everyone knows you do science. No one ever wants to mistake you for doing actual weighted pull-ups, some shit like that. Yeah, science says that works, but that's regular science. And bitches with, you know what I'm saying, that shit down there between their legs, they don't come out for those folks. But these hoes out here for the science-based, hashtag science-based crowd, man, wall-to-wall bitches, you feel me? Let's go get laid, Scott. Let's do a few more of these. Quote, science-based lifters don't train hard.
The bigger I got and filled out my clothes, the more gay dudes stare at me at the gym. Now I wear extra large clothes at the gym.
Which, you know, people say, and then this guy says, I definitely put more effort into this set than your fourth set of 10 reps. Like, okay. Who's he talking to, Scott?
You know, it's also something that completely missed me. And it's some of the best advice I ever got. Now, maybe this is because I fell in love more with strength training than, I guess, bodybuilding or aesthetics. You want to build strength, not continuously test it, which means your central nervous system is very important in terms of training. That's what you have to pay attention to. You have to prime it, you have to load it, and then perhaps even deload it. You don't want to fry your literal nervous system, because that's motor neuron recruitment. We're electrical beings. The new wave of people just seemingly train till failure on every set. Now, I'm not saying train till moderate discomfort, but your sets and rep ranges should induce a stimulus that is uncomfortable. Your workout should not be a breeze. But training till failure on every fucking rep just seems a bit counterintuitive.
Okay. That wasn't
I
hard.
brought him up the other day, but Kino Body speaks to this. He probably does, and he's actually strong. And he mogs a lot of shitness influencers.
Hard set. The range of motion is very limited, especially at the top. If they've looked into the literature as likely misinterpreting a study on pullovers, because the studies are done on EMG, and EMG is terribly predictive of actual...
I train to failure every set. CNS is only fried if I'm lifting heavy. Well, I guess that's the difference. Lifting heavy.
Muscle hypertrophy. The part of the range of motion he's doing looks good. He's doing that holding the thing.
And what I'm referring to is people that literally just milk every last drop of glycogen. Their ATP fucking runs out. It's just blood pumping, absolutely skin splitting reps. Like, yeah, that has its place. But if you train like that all the time, there's no way you're going to make gains over an extrapolated period of time.
Scott, there must be somebody jacked out there telling them to do this, right? There's some guy or something. Yeah. And so the holding the thing, I think, is great idea. He says he put more effort into the set than your fourth set of 10 reps. It looks like he put in a lot of effort. You never can tell. It does look like he had trouble hitting that end range of motion at the end. And I think his next rep would have been bad technique. And so I think he actually went
Like, I've never seen this exercise in my goddamn life. Have you? If I saw somebody post it up like this, I would just go back in my car and drive off a bridge.
like, this is like a 0 RIR set in the proper understanding. So this is cool. This guy's working really hard. I like it. It's just that the idea that like not reaching up all the way is
It gets addicting in a weird way. Training to absolute failure. You're probably just addicted to the cortisol spikes. You're just drunk on fight or flight hormones.
like deactivate your lats is just
Chemicals.
was just wrong.
Yeah. 10 sets of dildo sucks.
Scott, can you give me one of them shits, man? Oh, believe it or not, there are other muscles that you also want to hypertrophy and ranges of motion. Like if your lats aren't growing a ton, there are other muscles in the back that'll take over. Your rear delts will grow a ton there. Your triceps will grow a ton. It's like avoiding range of motion to
If
just
science base was actually cracked, they wouldn't take gear. So true.
like zonk the lats is both wrong, and even if it was true, would be short-sighted. But we're gonna try this, and we're gonna be science-based real goddamn soon. Also, is he wearing, Scott? He's wearing like air cargo.
When I got sober, I used weightlifting as my vice, and I definitely went crazy with with it. I can empathize with that. When I was freshman year of college, I think I was big bored, and I just wanted to like leave humanity behind. So that's when I went like the hardest in the gym. And I think I was operating from a place of almost like dark depression adjacent lifting versus like a fulfilled sane person's approach.
like noise canceling headphones because he can't be bothered.
The RP Hypertrophy app has dozens of pre-made workouts.
But depression plus the gym equals gains. This is true. I just wouldn't glorify depressive states in your life. Perhaps they can elucidate some inner machinations of your mind, but it's good to get out of those slumps.
Templates to help you build a plan faster than any other training software allows. But you can customize each plan exactly to your needs by prioritizing and deprioritizing any muscles you like to train, choosing the exact exercises you
See, like, I never had to write down my exercise selection. I was just like, have it in my head. Maybe for like keeping track. But then again, I never lost track of the weights and sets and reps that I did. I don't know. Maybe everyone's attention span is absolutely fried now. There wasn't a day in the gym where I looked at a piece of weightlifting gear, equipment, and I've been like, oh, I forgot what I did last time. No, I knew.
like to use, and customizing the volumes you employ at every single step of the process. If you're looking to bring up lagging muscle groups,
Maybe these people can't count to 10.
look no further than the RP Hypertrophy app. Click on the link in the description of this video to get started.
Okay, can I improve this? Okay. Get rid of this bench. We don't need that. I'm gonna take the cuff. I'm gonna back away from this thing and lean down so we get both a full lat stretch, and there is a 90-degree-ish plane here. That means it's gonna be tough at the top and easiest at the bottom.
Steven Strangles with the follow. I recognize that name. Is that a fellow YouTuber?
And then we can even do, shout out to Coach Kasim for this one, instead of standing out here, we can rotate across to pre-stretch the lat. You give Coach Kasim a follow, he's great at this kind of shit. And then you're gonna sink down to generate some tension. Notice, big lat stretch, crossing like this. Boom, control, big stretch.
Boom. Dude just hit the lat pull down machine. Just hit the row.
Control, turn into the movement. Yeah, now we're fucking rolling. Beautiful. Big stretch up here. Stay low to catch that lat.
I don't know. I just never thought of stretching my muscles when I was lifting. Just fucking move the weight from point A to point B, please.
Oh my God, I felt that one. And then my favorite part. Scott, can you give me one of them shits, man? Oh, y'all TikTok gym scientists cooked with this one, bro. Okay.
This is not real.
That was actually cool. Elevated heels on the plate mean more quad range of motion. He's not going all the way down. He should be. We'll fix that. And
What was my push-up and pull-up max reps? I don't really know about my push-up max reps, but people don't believe me when I say I used to be able to crank 25 pull-ups fresh. At like 195, 200 body weight. But I would also weirdly start most of my workouts with 3 sets of pull-ups as like my warm-up. Because it's one of those calisthenic exercises that it was just drilled into my head how important it was for upper body strength. Now, right now, probably somewhere in the teens.
And the bar is on his upper thighs, which makes this a non-axially loaded exercise. It doesn't load the spine. So you can like put in a lot of volume here and not have your back be the limiting factor and get tired, which is really good.
But if you want actionable advice on how to get better at pull-ups, number 1, grease the groove, right? If you walk past the pull-up bar, just crank a couple out and just keep doing that. Number 2, weighted pull-ups. Throw weight on there, do a couple, and then take the weight off. You're going to start flying up. And then you could do chest to bar. You could do muscle-ups. Literally getting familiar with the bar. Time under the bar. Time over the bar. It's just like what you pay attention to, what plants that you water will grow. If you prioritize pull-ups, you're going to get good at pull-ups. I prioritize pull-ups. I got fucking good at pull-ups.
I do suspect that with a meaningful amount of weight, this would really hurt your upper thighs, and maybe like that would prevent you from doing as many reps as you would like. Let's set it up, see how it looks, see if we can maybe make it a little better. And this is an exercise I could see myself hypothetically doing if that bar doesn't feel like total shit there. If it does...
I also felt that the power fats that would be in the gym and that can move heavy weight were coping when they weren't able to do pull-ups. Because I've seen some big boys do pull-ups and move weight.
It's gonna be a no from me, dog. Let's go get hashtag science-based. So this is kind of cool. My heels do come up off the bottom, which I think is not a...
Andrei Smaev is good at pull-ups. Yeah. Maybe it's a muscle memory thing. But those who start with calisthenics as a base, then move to becoming mass monsters, are usually just still good at pull-ups, push-ups, levers, dragon flag poles, whatever the fuck. All the fancy calisthenic moves.
Big deal, because it's already sissified squat. The really interesting thing this exercise does is that the bar will fall off of you if you go all the way to lockout. So if I go to
the Smith machine came with a matching purse.
lockout, it'll slip. And this actually keeps you...
Yes, like Iron Lou. Bro is insane at calisthenics. Absolute legend. And could move some serious weight.
Doing two things. One, it'll also slip potentially if you sit back. And remember, for quads, you want to sit forward. So this actually rewards two things. One is forward knee position of the quads, and two is 2/3 bottom lengthen partials. So if I stay here and I really let my knees come through, my arms are almost...
Yeah, I'm just not doing an exercise called the sissy squat.
Almost like not even having to do anything here. And if you potentially put a pad on this bar, fuck, man, could be a decent exercise.
Why not just squat? No, like I don't care how hard the exercise is, okay? Nobody asks you, what is your Smith machine sissy squat PR? Those words have never been uttered before I just said them. There's a reason why there's standards, okay? There's a reason why people ask, how much do you bench? How much do you squat? How much can you deadlift? How much can you overhead press? What's your clean? What's your jerk? Ayo, pause. What's your snatch?
Does have the ability to rack at the bottom.
How much is in your bank account?
When he goes to failure, but if he went to failure sort of by accident, I don't know if he could rack it actually. He would be real fucking stuck in there. That would suck. I guess a little bit of a downside of this exercise is...
Bro's doing tricks on it. He's bouncing on it.
Does keep your torso bent, which means it's really...
He's watching himself bounce on it, bro.
Kind of like a partial squat at the bottom. The advantage of a sissy squat, especially a sissy squat in a machine, is that you can keep a forward hip position at the bottom, which means that you hit this middle part of your quad that typically just goes into...
This reminds me of Julian Smith. He always used to do the sissy squats.
Insufficiency and doesn't get very stimulated when your hips are bent at the bottom. So unfortunately, this movement can't really replace leg extensions. Not terrible. These hurt. Definitely the upper thigh is a sensitive area. So if I got me a bar pad, could make it work. It just doesn't like have any kind of like obvious superiority to entire swaths of quad movement. So actually this is cool. And realistically, just not a very difficult setup.
It's kind of odd, right? Really honing in on quad growth without function. Like, why do you want juicy quads? Will it help you run faster? I don't think so. Will it help you kick faster or harder or higher? No, I don't think so. Will it help you look better? Usually not. The most aesthetic legs are not the biggest legs. If anything, guys walking around with absolute hams attached to their legs look like cartoon characters.
Fucking 125 pounder, 45 pounder here, put some weight on the bar, get in there and do the shit.
Now, that's not to say don't train legs. I didn't say all that. I'm just saying it should have a purpose.
No problem. So we're not just here to rag on hashtag.
And you should also want to have symmetrical legs. Okay? Building the quads without the hamstring, without your glutes, without properly hip hinging and being able to create torque on rotation. These are things that are all very important, but the average normie has no idea.
Science-based, some of the shit is dope. This seems to work as long as your upper thighs aren't kind of limiting your ability to try because it's too painful, this is nice. Science approved.
Yeah, it should have a purpose outside of weird looks.
If you hate science-based lifting because it looks silly, just say you don't want it bad enough. Okay. I don't want it bad.
Dude, if I ever saw a guy using the cable row in this fashion, I would throw a dumbbell at his forehead.
Enough. I like this. I like this exercise. Why? This person is in a pretty stable position. They are actually putting the lever arm where it's supposed to be, so that at the very top.
The best calf workout is 200 bodyweight calf raises. No. The best calf workout is boxing or ballerina. I rest my case.
You get maximum tension at the lengthened position, and at the very bottom, it's actually almost no tension at all. So the force curve drops off from stretched to contracted, and that's really, really good. The cuff situation is like what I would say, like needless. Just
I stand corrected. The best calf workout is being fat.
say you can just have a handle that you hold because your wrists probably are not the limiting factor in this exercise. If you think they're the limiting factor because you can use more load with a cuff, that's just because the cuff is lower towards the fulcrum, and it just like physics, you can move more load, but that doesn't mean your muscles are trying any harder. He's got a lot of setup there with the different kinds of blocks and stuff, and obviously this like row bench was not designed for any of this. Got my dildo shit here. My hello, just gonna do triceps here. Yeah, no, yeah, triceps, seriously. Science, it's the modern age. Again, my typical questions are like, how many sets are you doing to try to grow your triceps? And if the setup is this complicated and you have to reposition the cuff.
If you have to bring yoga box over to the machines, you're cooked.
Over and over. Oh, that doesn't work. Between arms, like, is he resting? Is this myo rep match? Is he myo repping? Is he resting little short breaks?
Is he myo repping?
That's what I would do.
What the fuck?
Once you got me in that setup, I'd be in there for 5 minutes per arm, taking 10-second breaks and then keep cranking reps. Who's gonna
squat, bench, deadlift, SBD, baby? 3 words that mauled science-based lifters worldwide.
Give me this.
Yeah, it's like invoking Voldemort's name. You can't say it. It's too scary to them.
Scott, can you give me one of those shits, man? Changing the weight would be really difficult because you have to get up, undo the whole setup, change the weight. Warming up is difficult. And so just because something looks silly and sciencey doesn't mean it works particularly well. I think that if you have candidates like...
My first thought would be, why is this guy taking up one of the 3 back machines at my gym to do triceps with yoga blocks? Exactly. It's performative male bullshit.
Skull crushers, barbell, easy bar.
It's peak midwit behavior.
Skull crushers, dips, JM presses.
This is actually worse than doing barbell curls in the squat rack. I would actually respect that. That's how far we have strayed.
Push downs of various kinds, dumbbell sculls of various kinds, behind the neck extension.
It's really funny that golden era bodybuilders look better than bodybuilders nowadays. It's like CGI. It's gone backwards. It is fascinating. Now, I would attribute it to a few things. Number one was the performance-enhancing drug stacks that they were using. It's not that we don't have them anymore. It's just that now this mass monster look is apparently in for open bodybuilding. Back in the day, there was an attention to symmetry and proportion. So it wasn't just size. It was the whole package. Ayo, pause. Second of all, bodybuilders back in the day would work out and they would take it seriously and they were hyper competitive, yes. But they would also go outside in the sunlight. They would go to the beach. They would have polycules and harems, and they were just living life. They were on some Diddy shit, probably. I don't know. I'm just saying, their life existed outside of the gym as well. Ronnie Coleman was a police officer. They kept it simple.
With barbells, dumbbells, then this exercise ranks somewhere in the pretty good, but just not better than any of those, because most of them actually have that same force curve where they're tough at the bottom, easier at the top. And so this is like really going out of your way.
I'd say the biggest difference between golden era and modern bodybuilders, and I don't know what is causing this, but it's the degradation of their skin. It seems like back in the day, all the bodybuilders had this golden tan, almost like silky, soft, smooth skin. Now everyone has like pimples and acne and giant pores and dick skin, and they look like chickens on tren.
To go and just have a fine time doing a decent exercise.
I don't know what's causing that, though. Maybe it's just the older cameras giving this glossy, hazy bloom effect. But now people are walking around with a distended gut at 21.
Yeah.
Real tan versus spray tan. Real tan is good at cleaning the skin. Spray tan clogs the skin.
I like that, but when he did it. Yeah.
Also, the body fat was a little higher, so they didn't have to take all the water cutting shit in weird stacks. Is that it?
God, I don't want to do this anymore. All right, guys, that was really fun. Here's the thing, man. Science-based, hashtag science-based, it's all good. The way to choose exercises is to see if typically exercises are good if you can generate a lot of tension at the stretch, not mandatory, have a good range of motion, not mandatory, but all these things add up. The exercise is stable at the joints required, and you...
I guess this kind of sums up what I'm talking about. But The Rock got absolutely mogged here by David Hasselhoff. I mean, David Hasselhoff was, you don't hassle with the Hoff, bro. He was an absolute unit, but I'm pretty sure this picture destroyed The Rock's entire sense of self-worth.
Feel strong doing it. Very, very good idea. You can progress through the exercise.
Isn't TRT a lot different than anabolic roids? No. It's testosterone, which is both androgenic and anabolic.
And really importantly, you feel the muscle.
Exogenous testosterone is still more anabolic and androgenic, meaning it builds more muscle and turns you more man-like than endogenous testosterone, even if the levels are the same. That's why when somebody's on TRT getting their levels up to normal, no, they're basically playing an unfair game, because they're think of it like a cork on a wine bottle. The seal is broken. Their new natty potential just inflates, balloons up.
Tension and or burn through the set. And then after multiple sets, your muscle fatigues substantially, so that performance on the exercise and other exercises for that muscle go down.
That's why you see like 45-year-olds on TRT who rediscover fitness in their life, and they're just the most preachy motherfuckers ever. It's like, oh, I don't eat carbs. My wife loves me again. I get boners now. And he's just absolutely chiseled. He's like, oh, working out is so easy. You're just lazy. And then there's that disconnect, right? I'm not on roids. I'm on TRT. I get it from a doctor.
As long as your joint and connective tissue pain isn't any higher than it is normally, and you can do this.
But I guess what bothers me the most, right? Because I truthfully, I don't know why I spawned in with this like severe hatred of steroids, other than the fact that, like, for me to use myself personally, I don't really care what other people do unless they're lying about it. But it just seems like cheating life, and you never win that battle. And beyond that, a lot of people take roids and don't look like they take roids and destroy their hormonal systems, right? Their endocrine system. But they don't actually like do anything cool with it. Now, if I was on Compound V, I would try to become a professional athlete. I would try to do something that is glorious with it.
Week in, week out and progress, that is a fine exercise. If it looks like a standing barbell overhead extension, or if it looks like the wackiest TikTok blowjob machine thing you've ever seen, that doesn't really matter, because to the point of this video, and one of the guys who made one of these reels said as much, it shouldn't be the wacky look that's keeping you from doing these things.
Like, imagine taking roids just to pose in front of other dudes in a gym and then for social media validation. That's crazy.
But if you try them and you love them, hey, amazing, do more of them. If you try them and they kind of seem weird and they all have one other thing going against them, they're usually unilateral, one arm at a time, which is a lot more time for training. And they usually have a big training setup, so you need a pretty free gym, and it also takes away more time. If the time trade-off is worth it to you, that's a thing. And the biggest thing about time trade-off is this. Review after review shows the more volume you do.
This is all cope. On the cope cringe continuum, it's coping. Therefore, it is cringe. But most importantly, posing in women's underwear for the male gaze. Think about that. That's what modern bodybuilding is. What do we got next, chat? What do we got next? Had to lock in for the facial scan.
Really know what they want to do with their life, or and you just work your whole life away until you're old, and if the economy is any good, you might be able to retire, and then from there you have a few years left, and then you just die. That's all life really is. You're born, you go to school, you work, you get.
Asmongold ponders quitting.
So yeah, I'm curious.
No. Nice.
Like, he doesn't care.
But my point is, you justify a lot of evil just beyond foreign
Sure.
intervention. You justify slavery, technically. And you make enough money. Fuck them. They can't add.
Nah, nothing in there. Nothing in that video, let me tell you. Chris Bumsteads? Yeah. You want to keep it fitness today? Sheesh. You're welcome. Let's see here.
Champ.
Yo, Elliot. Yo, Elliot.
Yo, it's Elliot. Yo, Elliot. You got strength questions, and I got your answer.
Chad, this is where I was forged, bro.
Yo, Elliot.
The hardest intro ever. Chad, I gotta rip a fucking piss, dude. Hold on, and then we'll watch another vid. Yo, Elliot. Yo, Elliot. Chat, we fucking back, bro. We fucking back. All right, you guys want to watch, change it up? We could do Bill Burr's losing his mind. Bill Burr's losing his mind. Could be a nice change of pace. Then we could do another fitness one. I don't know. It's up to you guys. Or you want to just rip fitness again? Chat, I got ravioli being cooked right now. Ravioli. Beef ravioli with vodka sauce. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Hodge twins, baby. Fucking Hodge twins. Uh-oh. Dude, I don't know if this is like an oral fixation. Hey, yo, pause. Bro, what the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck is the title of this video, dude?
She's going at it like
our first happy ending massage in Thailand.
you can hear the squeaking, I guess. It's a squeaking sound, like I don't know.
Yo.
I have another story time for you. Are you ready? Hello, everybody. Welcome back to my channel. Ali here.
Dude, this is peak physiognomy for a woman who's like into thruples and shit. Like, this is peak swinging physiognomy. You know what I'm saying? Why can't you just give your old man a handy for free?
Welcome to my platform where we have some casual conversations about sex, relationships, and other fun things. Obviously, it takes place in Thailand.
I don't know what this is, but I don't. So like, how do I put this? Let me go back here for a second, right? In a childlike way, I almost find it uncouth to talk about sex, which obviously is part of life, of course, but when there's like sexual educators and like people that are, you know, all sexually liberated and open, I'm just like, you're a little weird. You're a little weird, bro. You know?
Anyway.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Bill Burr is losing his mind. Got a new video by Too Lazy to Try. Let's see the aftermath of the infamous Saudi Arabian Riyadh Comedy Festival. There was a time when Bill Burr was anti-billionaire. He used to talk shit on people who would sell their souls for the bag, and now he's doing the exact same thing. And you know what? I don't even have a problem with it. Just own it. Don't be a puss boy. Do not flip-flop on your word. When you are self-aware, nothing can hurt you. Lesson in there. And this is free game. Free ball knowledge coming at you from youtube.com/Philion, kick.com/Philion, x.com/Philion.
Anyway, looking forward to doing my first road gig since that comedy festival I did. I don't know if you guys heard about that. I did a comedy festival that people had a lot of opinions on.
You know what's funny? He had an opinion on it himself years ago. I'd laugh too if I got paid millions of dollars to perform in a country where they literally can't make jokes about the no-go zones, aka religion, beheadings, women's rights,
All right, so Bill Burr is still.
That's the laugh of someone who can't bench 2 plates right there. And you know what's crazy? I don't read comments anymore, but I will get a passing glance. And it'll be the most insane shit I've ever heard. Like, Philion's over here in his Herman Miller chair just commentating. Well, show us, big boy. Do you even know where I came from? Where I spawned in from? I was benching 2 plates. And banging your mom. As a teenager.
Hoping over the Riyadh Comedy Festival controversy. This man is going through it.
Second of all, you think this shit is easy? Go do it. Go be a big boy streamer. You'll make it far. I'm rooting for you.
It sounds like he's on the verge of having a breakdown, and it's been almost 4 months since he did the festival, but he just keeps wanting to respond to the backlash, which only makes things worse. You know, I'd say the way he's handled all the backlash is probably more offensive to his fans than the actual controversy, because so far in response, he's just insulted his fans and called them dumb racists for criticizing him. Then he seriously acted like he should be commended for performing in Saudi Arabia, like he was doing philanthropy.
Do people not understand that racist just like doesn't work anymore? I just can't help but notice. Sometimes I even realize, shame on me.
Work over there by getting paid $1.5 million from the royal family to do a stand-up set. Also, he had the audacity to call people that were criticizing him sanctimonious, which is unbelievably ironic coming from Bill Burr. Like, he says people are being sanctimonious, then right after acts like he was doing a great service by going over to Saudi Arabia. And, I mean, he's got to be one of the most self-righteous comedians, which is the reason he's gotten so much criticism, because he spent the past few years going on.
This is a regular-sized Diet Coke, by the way. Think about that next time you try to step up to the big dog.
Serious rants about all these social issues like wealth inequality, the ruling class, healthcare, and immigration, which people applauded him for. But if you're going to make that your thing...
Absolute bunker busters flying in at Third Eye Global.
And go for applause over laughs. I don't know how you can then accuse everyone else of being too sanctimonious for being disappointed in you. You know, of course, once he does something controversial and people are upset about it, then it's like they don't actually care about this stuff. They're all just trying to virtue signal. But everything from Burr just seems like projection now, you know, because obviously a lot of his fans feel that way about him. Like when he's talking about these issues, now it just seems performative.
I was talking to an unironic Bill Burr fan, at least former fan, a couple days ago. Just scoping the vibes out. We were talking about culture, sports washing, Saudi Arabia, and he brought up the fact that he doesn't watch Bill Burr anymore just because he's a complete sellout. He's a hypocrite, which is a mortal sin. All he does is just complain and shit on his own fans.
Like him doing that festival shattered a lot of people's perception of him. And instead of him being like, I'm sorry I let you guys down, but the money was just too good, he decides to go off on his fans for daring to call him out because, you know, Bill is so morally superior. He's above criticism. Like, people should be fine with him taking money from an authoritarian regime that uses slave labor because he's willing to call out.
I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia is the #1 country in terms of killing people. Executions. Don't quote me on that, but I will expect you to believe me.
How evil billionaires are in America, and he still rants about this stuff on his podcast. He has no self-awareness. Like a few weeks ago, right at the beginning of his podcast, he started talking about how heartless CEOs are for making people work during the holidays.
I was talking about Bill Burr not being able to bench 2 plates. Oh, I know. I just used that comment to springboard the haters that stay watching despite being performatively unsubscribed. I don't watch Philion anymore. He fell off. Meanwhile, their entire watch history is me. I'm all they think about. And that's okay. If you're a lost sheep, I will be the shepherd that brings you back. I will leave the flock of 99 to chase you down and make sure that you're okay here at Third Eye Global.
And then he also turned into something about immigration. And the top comment says, I'm here for the disingenuous blue-collar cosplay. And of course, these podcasts get like 4 times the amount of dislikes than likes. And most of the comments are still negative, and he's lost like half his audience.
Holy shit, it's the last goddamn Monday of the year. And I would say the best Monday of the year. The Monday between Christmas and New Year's. Because
this is probably also a symptom of the turning tides of social media. You used to just be able to be entertaining, and that was enough to retain an audience. But now people are craving more. Because what is fame, right? That's a fake construct. People are actually after authenticity and relatability. And Bill Burr is demonstrating that he is neither authentic nor relatable.
most likely you have it off. Well, at least you did back in the day, not these.
It's insane that I can come up with those quips on the fly. I mean, that analysis is so far past the current status quo of reactionary slop that is out. I just want to put a bookmark in it and bask in the greatness and glaze myself for this expert level analysis.
Fucking heartless bastards now. They send you right back to work. You know? They send you...
Hold on. I almost forgot. I need to put my soy blockers on. Oh yeah, that's much better.
Right back to work. They make people put tips on credit cards. They take a portion of your tips. They fucking make money off of that too. They don't give you any benefits. And we all know who the problem is. The fucking immigrants. If we could just get these fucking immigrants in a van and stuck in a jail with alligators around them.
So true. Yeah. No, that sounds good.
Then all of a sudden, these billionaires, you know, they'll start loosening up the purse strings and they'll start trickling down again.
So these rants just don't hit like they used to for people. And Bill acts like it's all just trolls, haters, and bots that care about the controversy.
Nietzsche speaks of this.
But he's losing actual fans over this and how he responded to it. People were walking out of his appearance on Conan O'Brien's podcast because of how out of touch he sounded. Like, he kept talking about how amazing Saudi Arabia is and the culture there and the people, then would make fun of the people criticizing him for just being dumb.
He's just so aloof. You know, sitting back, acting like his shit doesn't stink. It's the worst.
Racist Americans. So now that he's a Saudi shill, it just seems like he's a parody of himself. I mean, he cannot read a room, and he's basically becoming a lolcow at this point. Like, every time he addresses the controversy, people can't believe how out of touch he sounds, which is a complete 180 from how people thought of him earlier last year. It's like he's trying to lose fans, because anyone could tell you this is not the way to handle things. But I just don't think he can help himself. You know, he always thinks he's in the right, and in his mind, taking money from the Saudi royal family was a progressive thing. And his fans that are upset about
that
it...
justification is absolutely asinine. I'm doing it for the people of Saudi Arabia so that they can get a taste of free speech. No, you're doing it for millions of dollars for one show. And guess what? It opens up the door for more shows, aka more millions of dollars. God, acting like their fans are fucking retarded.
Are just misinformed. And one day he's going to set the record straight. He said he's going to wait for things to die down, then do a full podcast addressing it.
You see, this is why I like Tim Dillon, because he said, yeah, I'll do it. And then he talked shit about them to see if they would bite, and then they canceled his appearance. That's funny. That's hilarious. That's why I appreciate Shane Gillis. He said, no shot. They did 9/11, didn't they? You think I forgot? Never forget 9/11. And they doubled his bag, and he said, you know what? No. Never forget 9/11. I mean, there's just levels to this game.
I guess he's waiting till nobody's listening anymore to address it, probably because he knows it will just cause more backlash. I mean, it's like he wants to talk about it and respond to people really badly. Like, he randomly brings it up during this podcast.
Ravioli, ravioli. Give me the formioli. Ravioli, ravioli. Give me the formioli. No, I had a food delivery for my beautiful girlfriend. Beef ravioli, vodka sauce, a little sprinkle of crushed red pepper, dash of olive oil and sea salt. Protein, carbs, and fat all in one meal. That sounds like fuel. Holy buckets. All right. What's in the pocket, Oli? Patty, you can pick it up from here.
Podcast and keeps doing this manic laugh, but you can tell he's trying to hold himself back because he knows talking about it more will only make things worse.
Since that comedy festival I did, I don't know if you guys heard about that. I did a comedy festival that people had a lot of opinions on.
You know, your laugh actually changes the richer that you get. Like, you won't know when shit starts to take off, but there will be signs. Maybe I'll drop an octave. Maybe I'll sound more evil, Machiavellian. Just know, that laugh will change.
Jesus Christ. Someday. I am going to do, when enough time's gone by, when people clearly don't give a fuck, I am going to do on this podcast a nice deep dive into the absolute absurdity of that whole fucking thing.
Please do enlighten us. Actually, I don't care. Truth be told, I'm not losing sleep over it, but his own fans might be.
Anyway,
Second of all, that wasn't funny. You have one job as a professional clown, and it's to make me laugh. I'm kicking you through the moon door. If that is the peak of what you have to offer. Spartan kick. Now you're floating through space and time, descending to a fiery pit with snakes. But why front like there's a good argument? This is just peak Delulu.
I mean, here we are all these months later. You know, I got to be honest with you. The outrage is still where it was. People are still so concerned.
So it's just getting sad. I mean, it's surreal to see what's going on with him. You know, he acts like, man, this is all just fake outrage and moral grandstanding. But I guess he completely forgot that he used to complain about celebrities taking blood money from dictators in the Middle East. So it's crazy he's all surprised that people are upset when he does it, and he thinks they're being sanctimonious. You know, like he's claiming they don't actually care, but what he's proving is he didn't actually care, and he's gaslighting people into thinking now that he's doing it. It's
Is anyone actually outraged? Dude, I am. My blood pressure is 170 over 200 right now. My systolic is actually less than my diastolic. It's not good.
Not a big deal. So he just looks like such a hypocrite here, which if he just admitted it and moved on, I think people would have been more understanding. But instead, he's trying to gaslight people into thinking they're crazy for caring this much.
Beyonce and Mariah Carey.
Yeah, this is the Emma Chamberlain paradox. For those of you who don't know, Emma Chamberlain was a popular YouTuber. She was very quirky and wholesome, and she grew up on YouTube, and she developed this huge audience, and they loved her for it because she was expressing herself. But then she started to make a lot of money because she had a lot of followers. And everything started to snowball. And then she started going to Louis Vuitton runways and red carpet events. And this glitzy, glamorous lifestyle began to overpower the shadow of her former self. Relatability breeds success, and success kills relatability. That's why I'm in the trenches with the boys, day in, day out. Nuclearly reacting like Chernobyl to slop on a daily basis over on kick.com/Phillion.
Harry actually did private New Year's gigs for $1 million. Did New Year's gigs for Gaddafi's kids. Can you fucking believe that? How much fucking money do you need to make? You know?
Monday Morning Podcast, March 28th, 2011. So this was 15 years ago. Talking about Gaddafi.
Oh. You're going to take a gig where you're going to go dance like a goddamn fucking clown for a mass murderer's kids?
I mean, that's dead to rights right there. That's caught in 4K Dolby Digital surround sound IMAX.
Then you take that fucking blood money and what he's done. You couldn't remember that he claimed he was behind the Pan Am bomb.
That's what we call pretty fucking ironic. Phil, do you only read comments that are cool? I have 3 eyes. I read every single comment. Ever. That's why I'm different than these other streamers.
Bombings that killed fellow Americans. The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, so I wonder why his fans would...
Who cares if he's funny? He's getting more money than you and me both put together. Not for long. I'm going to make this shit look like a joke. Ha ha. Funny man. Who's laughing now? Sorry, can't hear you. Over the fucking exhaust of my Nissan GTR Nismo. With the Third Eye Global livery on it.
Be disappointed in him taking money from the Saudis. You know, he has no self-awareness, and it's insulting to his fans to snap at them for thinking he's a hypocrite when there's no question.
Second of all, money's not the be-all, end-all. After a certain amount, it's all the same shit. Just allows you to do cool shit. But the problem is, most people get money too late in life, and then they never actually do cool shit with it. Absolute bunker busters going off.
He is, but he just can't admit it, probably because he wants to keep getting those Saudi checks. He'll never say,
bro, you're broke and Bill's rich. Why not address the fact that other countries can pay for your people more? Guards, send this man to the fucking dungeon. Are you kidding me? Chirping me like this?
Anything bad about them, and instead he'll just go off on his fans like they're the ones that are out of line. But I think after the backlash and his initial crash out, he's been trying to control himself more. Like he said, it's been over a month since he's flipped out, so I'm sure he's been trying to stay away from reading comments or anything about the controversy, even though it's still on his mind because he brought it up during this podcast. Also, in the beginning of this episode, it sounds like he's about to lose his temper, thinking about how racist people are on the internet. And he keeps doing that laugh to try to stay calm.
Yeah, this is Bill Burr's like inherent boogeyman. I don't know why he's been castrated and pussified into this corner of inherent racism everywhere. Oh, it's hiding under your bed. It's in your closet. Oh, you can't escape it. Everyone's racist. Oh, as if that's the biggest, scariest thing in the world. As a fucking comedian, a professional clown, you should know what real racism looks like. It's not people making dumb jokes or comments on the internet.
Let's hope it's going to be a good year. Hi, everybody. Let's hope. Let's hope. Well, Jesus Christ. Let's hope they shut down the fuck. What if they just shut the internet off? Oh, my God. What if racist people couldn't just keep talking to each other on the fucking internet? Wouldn't that be fantastic? Oh, my God. It's fucking unbelievable.
Anyway.
Wouldn't it be great if pearl-clutching victim maxers weren't allowed to communicate or be on the internet? That would be great. I would thoroughly enjoy that. Just virtue signaling. Oh, this person's a bad person.
With that positive note, hopefully this will be a good fucking year. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Bill is racist? Yeah, he actually might just hate white people. Because everything that he says is under the pretext that white people are inherently racist. Which is oxymoronic. Like, that makes zero sense.
I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what happens? All you can do is just fucking try to be a good person yourself.
Or maybe when he looks in the mirror, he doesn't like what he sees. Oh, he's in the belly of the beast now, bucko.
I'm still in a good mood. I am fucking a month and 3 days. I have not lost my temper. I've gotten upset. I've been flustered, but I've stayed out of anger.
Anger is one of the weird ones, right? It's very rare that I'm actually brought to anger. There are some anxiety triggers, right? Hungry, angry, lonely, tired. These are things that you can address. You know, if you're feeling a little off, it's like, am I actually just hungry? Am I angry? Am I harboring hatred? Am I lonely? Or am I tired? Did I not sleep enough last night? You fix those basic, primal, raw emotions and urges and appetites, odds are you'll be feeling a lot better about yourself. Therefore, you can then be better to other people as well. But it's odd. And anger puts me off the most because I don't understand why people are moved to actual anger. Perhaps maybe I'll get a little sad, a little blue. Don't we all? But in terms of like a cortisol spike, just... that can't be healthy.
Which has been amazing for me and kind of blocked out like Mondays for me.
Stoicism speaks of this. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, the greats. Have you read Meditations? I'll do you one better. Go read On the Shortness of Life and then get back to me about anger and see how far it gets you.
Mondays is my mental health day. I go to therapy. I do my yoga. You know, I've been like meditating. Meditating is frustrating for me because I used to be able to do it.
So even meditating is frustrating for him. Then also he starts to lose his temper during an ad read. It seemed like half this episode was ad reads. He did so many of them. And during one of them, he makes a joke. And then he starts getting all worked up about how they're going to make him redo the ad. And he's like, man, somebody in their cubicle who's trying to justify their job will make me redo this shit for...
Look at me when I say this, okay? Never buy any of the woe is me bullshit drivel coming out of these multimillionaires' mouths, nose, and ears when it comes to how hard their job is or how stupid something they have to do is, okay? It is the easiest fucking money in the world. Besides OnlyFans. Everyone just becomes a pussy. Or so it seems. Wow, I have to do an ad read. Shut up.
No reason. So after him sympathizing with all these working class people who don't get paid enough and have to work too much, he starts going off about how some of their jobs are completely useless and they're just there to annoy you. It's hilarious.
Jesus Christ.
God, none of these people got roots, bro. They weren't raised right. Philion's just different out here, bro.
Christ, that was the tantric read of fucking advertising.
They're just not grateful. There's no expression of gratitude. It's actually ugly to witness. It unnerves me.
Okay, who's next? Read, but I didn't realize I had that disclaimer to read. Well, we'll see what they say. You know, is there any way we could get a reread?
She fill on my shit till I lie on.
Is there any way you could read that again?
Is there any way you could just say you're saying this so you can justify your fucking cubicle or your desk? Is there any way you can just do that?
See, this is where it gets just like straight up fucked because Bill Burr is soying out on probably like a middleman or a middlewoman who works for an agency that connects the actual brand to the creative. So a multimillionaire thinks he's all big and strong, shitting on somebody that is probably doing a job they don't want to do, making money they don't want to make. It's just like, it's so out of touch.
Do you really think because I made the tantric sex fucking joke that someone's not going to use, will or won't use the coast?
And you know what? I'll do you one better. Because now I'm actually getting angry. No, I'm not. I'm just perturbed, perhaps PO'd, aggravated. This will not harbor into hatred nor rage. He's okay with following orders and guidelines and rules and laws when he's in Saudi Arabia. You can't talk about this or that. These topics are off the table. Coming straight down, not from corporate, but from the fucking Saudi crown prince royals himself. But when it comes to X, Y, or Z company for an ad read, he just has to, he can't handle it. Because when money talks, bullshit walks. 1.5 mil? Yes, sir. Please, 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 please. I'll do anything. Couple thousand. 10,000 here, 20,000 there, 50,000 here, maybe 100K. I don't know. Probably. 6-figure brand deals? Yeah, that's up his alley. Nah. Not good enough.
Fucking thing.
So we'll see how long he can go without completely losing his shit.
Does he own a boat? No, he owns a helicopter. I wish I were kidding.
He seems to want to talk more about that Riyadh festival, which will be a disaster. I mean, that'll just set him off. But let me know what you guys think about it, and make sure you check out my Patreon. Recently, I've been covering how Tim Dillon's turned on Trump, and he keeps roasting Erica Kerr.
God. Chad, it's ravioli time. Ravioli, ravioli. Give me the formioli. Ravioli, ravioli. What's in the pocket-oli?
Do you mind if I take a little seat here?
No, you good.
Yeah, right here. Oh, yeah. Bruh, you want some? No. Yeah. Oh. It's just a prank, bro. Yeah. Ravioli, ravioli. What's in the pocket, old? Oh. My lord.
I missed the 2010s.
Ravioli, ravioli. What's in the pocket, Oli? It's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank.
I fucking love ravioli, bro. Simpler time. Simpler time. Ravioli, ravioli. What's in the pocket, Oli? Ravioli, ravioli. What's in the pocket, Oli? Let's watch this while I eat.
The man who controls America's money printer, aka Jerome Powell, is being threatened. In a video, he claims that he might be criminally indicted for not lowering interest rates fast enough.
Good evening. On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June.
At the list of things you can't say in Saudi Arabia is short and consistent, here is changing and can get canceled retroactively. A lot of people still believe in cancel culture, but let me explain something to you. Cancel culture is not real unless you cultivate an audience that believes in it and holds you to that standard. And you as well have to believe in it to cancel yourself. Second of all, cancel culture is not real when you have money. Oh no, I said this back in the day. You're a pussy. You're a fucking pussy. That goes for anyone that believes in it. There are people with real problems in this world. And we soy out about what someone said or what they think about something. Stinky. They don't agree with me on this. Only low agency puss boys think like that and prop people up and hold them to that standard. Notice how only leftists get canceled because it's like a figment of their own imagination.
Those are pretexts.
One exception, if you get canceled for being a pedo, nope. You could still do that. I don't recommend it. You know, probably not the best for business, but you could still rock on.
The threat of criminal charges is
There's many examples.
The consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the...
Have you seen Jerry Seinfeld's 17-year-old high school girlfriend when he was 37? Have you seen her?
Preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation.
You guys didn't see Jerry Seinfeld's 17-year-old girlfriend? Oh, yeah. Shoshana Lonstein Gruss. Yep. 39-year-old Jerry Seinfeld and his 17-year-old girlfriend in 1993. Yeah. You guys know about that? He used to pick her up from high school. Took him to prom. Nice looking couple. Now, I don't know the legality of this. Truthfully, I'm fairly certain it's illegal. It's just that age of consent laws vary state to state, and I don't know. People were moving different back then, especially. Like New York, age of consent is 17. But I don't know if that plays in with like Romeo and Juliet laws and shit like that. I have no idea. The more you know. It's just not a good look. 39, 17, that's...
I have served at the Federal Reserve.
Jerry Seinfeld didn't get canceled, though.
Under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do. Thank you.
Now, this is an extraordinary statement, mostly because of how much the Fed chair never talks about things like this. Like, for him to release the hostage video of him being like, look, the guy's threatening me, you know, I'm going to try to keep doing my job. The reason that's wild is that it's never happened before. And look, while presidents wanting the Fed to lower interest rates is nothing new, almost every president wants that. The idea that a Fed chair gets investigated and has to release the hostage video, that is new. We've never seen that happen ever. In fact, it's important context to know that Jerome Powell was actually appointed by
Still better than Macron and Bridget. Why? Fill me in on the lore there. What's going on there?
Trump.
Jerome Powell to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve.
And even then, they weren't on such good terms. But that's where you could see the independence of the Fed at work. And so while he would be criticized at the time, like the attitude.
Macron was 14. How old was she?
Was he wasn't really going to respond. That's been the attitude of the Fed sort of all the time. They try to stay above the noise of politics.
Recently, the President of the United States, who appointed you, has been less than favorable in about some of your decisions. Does that bother you in any way?
No. So we're very, very focused on our job. We don't get distracted by other things.
37? Get the fuck out of here.
We do not take political factors into consideration either in our discussions or in our decisions at all.
That's right. As long as the Fed has been around. And by the way, there's plenty of reasons to not like the Fed legitimately.
What?
But I would argue independence
His teacher?
is not one of them. I think that's a actually good quality. And that's what you see kind of referenced there. The idea that the Fed should not be reacting to what a president is saying at the time. And the reason for that, there's a good reason, it's because all the presidents would want low interest rates all of the time, even though that's not in the best interest of the economy all of the time. And the reason for that is because low interest rates usually mean a lot of growth. It also can mean...
Oh, I fucking mopped that shit, baby. 10 out of 10 on the ravioli. Holy buckets.
Heated inflation, which...
Does your nose eat... Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm fucking bugging out. Does your nose run when you eat? My nose runs when I eat too fast. Now I gotta blow my nose. And I don't have a napkin. Let me go bring this shit back upstairs. 1 sec.
Oh, yeah?
Pasta, ravioli. ravioli. Give me the formioli. Oh. Oh. That was the best strawberry I've ever had in my fucking life.
We got on TRT towards the end of our fitness journey. You can tell when somebody is not natural, their head gets small. I remember this.
God damn, they got fucking huge, bro.
After we took this picture, I ate that motherfucker. I got me some protein right here. I went back to my doctor. I said, hey, doctor, I lost my testosterone. I need it. I was just doubling up on it. Stuff is amazing. People think you got it the easy way. Nothing's easy about looking good. It's all hard work whether you take it or not. If you do like any overtraining.
Too cool, Travis, with the gifted subs. Thank you, bro.
Restrict your calories. Your body's in a stressful state. You cannot stay like that.
Can I share the Discord? Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you, brah. Yeah? You sure you want to join it? All right, put in the Discord and chat. Huge. Ooh. China's fat camps for kids.
Chinese are eating more and more and getting fatter and fatter. The most populous country in the world, 1,400,000,000.
We gotta watch this. We gotta fucking watch this. Chinese fat camps, bro? Are you kidding me?
Chinese are eating more and more and getting fatter and fatter. The most populous country in the world, 1 billion.
If you don't stop messing around, we'll end up hating you. Dude, the looks maxed Chinese Chad. The audio is almost too low. I don't know if we're gonna watch this. Did you guys hear about the conspiracy theory that China is lying about their population? It's an interesting one. There's no way they have 1.4 bill.
Take your blindfolds off in 3, 2.
Could you imagine me being on one of these like normie goy slop dating shows?
Take your blindfolds off in 3.
Will never hate me? Thank you, Marin. I appreciate that.
2, 1. Hi, Corinne.
Hi.
Nice to meet you officially.
Nice to meet you.
So you guys are going to close your eyes. Thumb up if you are into the other.
Could you imagine? How did you meet your mother, bro? Your kid asks you how you met the love of your life on this fucking idiotic game show where you had to put your thumb up because you like her. No aura. No aura.
Other person, thumb down if you are not in 3, 2, 1. I think.
That's just horrific. I can't be watching that. My testosterone is just fucking plummeting.
The priesthood, I think that the monastic life is the most masculine, manly thing that a guy can do, and that's not my prescription for every man.
Nutricell, powering the new Christian right.
What the fuck is Nutricell?
But you were talking about, peak masculinity is virtually, you didn't say it exactly like this, but asexual. If you're like peak man, you live on a mountain in the Himalayas, you know, something like that, in the woods, you're swinging an axe, and you're so one with God and nature, and
Scott, is this true?
So
Seems kind of gay.
Worldly, that you forget that you even have, you know, a penis between your legs. You know, you're just like, and so for me, like
Love
you know,
my
like
wife.
I think that part of this, and so I'm curious what you think, but I think part of it actually might be a Catholic Protestant divide.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to offend the Catholics, but that actually, and so I'm not saying this in a mean-spirited way, but I actually think that view is kind of consistent with Catholicism. Because when I think, like, if I was a Catholic and I want to be the most valuable, God-honoring.
But if you become a fat, I can't promise you to not think about hating you. It will never happen. It will never happen.
Like, benevolent to the world person,
You have my word.
Pursue the priesthood, which is a sexual position.
Right.
It's Protestants where it's like you've got pastors like me who have so many kids, you have to buy the bus, you know, the minibus, you know, to drive. And so that's kind of like a distinctly Protestant thing. Now, Catholics, obviously, like Catholics have big families. But when you think of like, because the way you worded it was not average masculinity. The average Catholic probably should have lots of kids and has historically. But you were saying like peak masculine, like one with God, one with the universe, one with nature, you know, and just not thinking about sex. And so I thought immediately Catholic priest, is that part of what was in your mind?
Yes.
Oh, they think about sex. Oh, they think about sex, perhaps even more than you and me. Because they're denying the very appetite that is biologically instilled within them.
100%. And I have had this debate with Protestants, with Mormons, actually, because, and I'm not familiar with all the Protestant theology, but I believe Protestants think that you should have a family. It's actually like a good thing. Yeah. Whereas Catholics see it more of as a concession from God, that marriage is
a distraction.
Not a distraction.
Jokes aside, that room looks really nice, and the chairs look like caramel candy. They have a proper lighting setup here. I don't know if you guys are aware of any sort of production value, but they have massive lighting rigs in this entire room. Tens of thousands of dollars worth. This is a professional setup.
Distraction, but that the institution of marriage was.
There's probably one beaming left to right onto him, right to left on, left to right on him, right to left on him. They have overhead lights.
Was given to us as a concession because St. Paul says it's better for man.
There's one in front of the camera hitting him.
And to be alone.
Right.
But
that would be your key light.
He can have a wife, and it's viewed more as like an accommodation for mankind than it is a positive good in and of itself. And so it does come from a very Catholic place, because Catholics have a strong tradition of monasteries, you know, monastic life, right, ascetic life, and really the complete repudiation.
You hate this camera angle? Why?
Of the world.
Because he's not looking at you?
Of the flesh, and pursuing a life of modesty, poverty, chastity.
It's 100% a studio. It's not in a house or office.
We see that as actually the most.
I mean, it could be like an office space, but it's decked out to be a studio.
The highest spiritual life, like you said, like it is for a priest, where a priest doesn't take a wife because he's focused on God.
Yeah, this light is to check his fade.
His only commitment is to God. So, and it was from that place, and that is that's my unironic opinion. That was not a joke at all.
No, I could tell that one. I was like, he's saying it in a humorous way, but I was like, no, I think there actually are religious implications under this. There's a reason.
It is a nice set. It's a little cigar bro coated, you know?
Right. And so, yeah, I do believe, and I identify that with masculinity. I think that the priesthood, I think that the monastic life is the most masculine, manly thing that a guy can do. And that's not my prescription for every man.
Right.
Because I tell my followers.
This guy has a church? You weren't kidding when you said this was your pastor?
All the time. I said, the vast majority of people, they should get married. That is what is best for them.
Better to marry than to burn with passion.
Right.
Like it's like, well, I'm going to stay single so that I can do all these things in my work life and career. but I'm just going to be, you know, sleeping around all the time. Well, then, nah, you should get married.
What's my opinion on this? I would disagree.
But if a guy like actually is capable, you know, like I believe it's a supernatural gift. So like what you're referencing was St. Paul, 1 Corinthians chapter 7, where he talks about celibacy. A lot of guys will say singleness is a gift. I think singleness is actually a curse.
I mean, I can explore it, right? Like, I'd be careful with strict definitions of what is and what isn't masculinity. Masculinity can mean many different things. It can come in many different shapes and sizes and forms. Could there be benefit to asceticism and denying yourself of appetites? And when I say appetites, I mean like a philosophical framework of an appetite, meaning like lust or hunger or whatever, like abstaining from it to control it. Yes, there is power in it. But then abstinence and asceticism becomes the new chains on you. See, one of Nietzsche's, and I'm not kidding here, this is like my actual analysis, one of Nietzsche's biggest criticisms of Christianity, and I'm not saying I agree with it or disagree with it, I'm just throwing it out there, is that it denies the will to power. Now, the will to power does not mean like literally overpowering your fellow man. It's just that he positioned it as slave morality versus master morality. Meaning, you're not living for yourself in any capacity, and the meekness is really just expressing itself as weakness. It's life-denying. Does that make sense? So I find it odd, especially like in Christianity, right? Catholicism, you're supposed to multiply, the earth fucking reproduce. I always found it odd, and I recognize this as like a young teen. I was like, well, why is matrimony one of the 7 sacraments, but priests can't engage in it? I always found that odd. You would think that like the most holy of holy, or the people that are, I guess their response is like, because they're in a relationship with God, but
I think celibacy is a gift. And so if you have the gift of celibacy, then all the negative effects, the loneliness, you know.
And then, I mean, this just falls apart really quick. And then I guess you could chalk it up to human fallibility and sin, but like there's so many instances of priests having sex with women, having sex with young boys, rape. It's just like it turns a lot of people off when you preach the holier than thou and then engage in sin itself.
The difficult not having a helpmate, right? Eve is given to Adam as a helpmate. So like a life of loneliness in terms of companionship, a life of having to do a lot of things yourself instead of having a helpmate. I think that those are net negatives. So I think that's the suffering piece.
In our fight for this nation's future, we often forget the most important battleground, our own health. Whether it's for a limited time, use Focus. For a limited time, both to...
Dude, he's literally hucking methylene blue. Fascinating.
Improve your energy and sharpen mental focus. For a limited time, use promo code NXR to get 15% off of your order by going to Nutricell.store.
But the supernatural ability not to...
I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think peak masculinity is just being like a Sigma male? Just fucking off into the woods? To me, it's kind of cope. And so I have this... Me and my friends, we toss around ideas. We wrestle with them. Just a bunch of young, private, educated, fucking Catholic gigas. No, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding, but I am kidding. I'm embellishing. I'm glazing ourselves for comedic effect. One of my friends were talking. And I guess, like, This might come off a little abrasive if you're more religious. It's just something I've observed. And it's not true for everyone. When you think about it, what do priests do, right? What do clergy do? What do all throughout history? Kind of nothing. Now hear me out. It's a nice life. I'm sure it's difficult to get into, right? It's not easy. But once you're in, once you become a priest, or say a brother, you guys know like brothers exist, like nuns exist, same thing. Once you take up the cloth, you're in this club where meals are taken care of. You eat together. You have inbuilt camaraderie. You study and learn and read. You teach, perhaps. Maybe you commit some of your time. But other than that, like, and I'm not trying to downplay the lifestyle. I'm just saying they don't do a lot. And that's not everyone. I'm just like, it seems kind of like a hack where they can just benefit from, I guess, society while not taking place in it. Does that make sense? Like when I went to high school, right? It was taught by an old religious order. Okay, they were brothers. They weren't priests. They were brothers. So they basically they live a life of abstinence. They don't take wives. They are all teachers, and they belong to this religious order. They are educators. But other than that, they're just like regular guys, except that they're called to this vocation. I don't know what the ins and outs are becoming a brother for this particular order, but I was just thinking like they don't really leave campus. Like I'm sure they run errands. They dine together. They perhaps hang out together. Besides like teaching, what are they doing? What the fuck are they doing? I don't know. I'm still looking for that answer. I think some of it is cope. Just the bros being bros and banging little boys. In some cases, yeah. I mean, like it's a societal reclusion. They are disengaging from society and then building up the importance of what they're doing. It's odd. It's odd. Do you guys empathize with that? Do you understand where I'm coming from, or is that just a crazy thought? It just kind of seems like a cheat code. They don't have to pay tax. They don't have to pay fucking tax. Hello? Hello? They don't have to pay tax. I rest my case. I rest my fucking case. Free food, no tax. You win. You win. Help me, dude. Help me. Yes, yes. Zero tax, free housing, free boarding, free meals. But the sacrifice is tremendous. I don't know. I don't think that's inherently more masculine than just being your own man, staying true to your values, raising a family, loving a wife, growing old together, and providing for those around you. I don't think that's inherently any less masculine. If anything, I think that's probably more masculine because it's high agency. You're relying on yourself. You have to take a lot of responsibility. You can kind of coast when you're in a community. Well, pastors are inherently different than priests, right? Protestantism, Catholicism, inherently different. I don't know. I don't know. It's just fucking cooked.
Be overcome by fleshly appetites, to where you could be single and have those challenges, but not sin. That's celibacy. So celibacy is a gift. Singleness is just a state of life, is the way that I would view. And then Paul also says, like, the
Orthodoxy solves this. Perhaps it does. Perhaps it does. But God, I was just listening to something so fucking important. Is it frame setting? I was listening to Sam Hyde on a podcast. I know this sounds crazy, right? He was on PKA. He was talking about Bitcoin. Now, and I'm just going to use this as an example, right? Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll fucking pull it up. And maybe this will elucidate my thoughts.
You should buy those.
So he did.
So they ask him about altcoins, right? Like shit coins, meme coins.
He's doing his own grift now.
No, this is not it. Fuck, where is it? Fuck. I don't know. I can't find it. But the example, you know what? I'll use AI. I'll use AI to find it. What is it called when you ask someone to pick a square out of 4? 3 are blue, 1 are red. So, Chad, if I were to ask you to pick a color of a square, right? And there's 4 squares. Holy buckets. Matt Thomas with the 5. Shelling point. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. The shelling point. Okay? This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is what I think of when it comes to Catholicism versus Orthodoxy. Okay? And I don't know if this is correct. It's just, it makes sense in my head. A shelling point, aka focal point, is an option people disproportionately choose without coordination because it stands out as the obvious choice. Now, this could be a heresy. This could be false. But nonetheless, it doesn't make it any less true. For example, Catholicism has 1 in terms of Christianity. It has the Vatican, it has art, it has aesthetics, it has cathedrals. Sure, Orthodoxy might have more, I don't know, interpersonal meaning and connection. Maybe you get more out of Mass out of it. But no matter what, Catholicism is the shelling point. That's why people pick Bitcoin over fucking Doge, because it is the one, obviously. Now, that's it's a selection bias, but
man who's married, his interests are divided. How he can please the Lord, but also how he can please his wife. Whereas the one who is single can be in full devotion to the Lord. And that's why that's the argument that he gives for why it's better. He says, I think it's better to remain as I am, speaking of himself being single. But he says to each one is given a gift. And so marriage is a gift. Mm-hmm. And celibacy is a gift. So he's saying, if you have the gift of celibacy, remain single so that you won't be divided in your interests. And if you don't have the gift of celibacy, then then it's should be assumed that providentially God has the gift of marriage awaiting. So, what do you think?
I agree. And I think that you're right. For the vast majority of people, that's not really on the table.
It's
Celibacy is not, because most people have those, like you said, these very strong passions. And like you said, they burn with lust. So for most people, that is their vocation, is to be a husband and a father. But I do think that it is the higher state.
I align with Mel Gibson on his thoughts on the current state of the papacy. Are you talking about the Joe Rogan episode where he thinks that there's a false pope? Bro. Yeah, like, for as much as I was grown up Catholic and I appreciate the organization of it, it's hard to ignore human fallibility. But they have a thing with the infallibility of the Pope, right? Where whatever the Pope does, he's infallible because God speaks through him or whatever. Some of it's kind of fucking goofy. I don't know this guy. I don't trust this guy. I'm not inclined to just because other people elected him.
To be
Not really. It's a sign of lesser intellect. Which one?
celibate, if you're called for that, if, like you said, you have that gift, whether it's a monastic life or you're just celibate in general.
Catholic put the church above the Bible, and that's where they lose me. See, that's where they kind of gain me, because then you have anyone and everyone interpreting the Bible, and it clearly one-shots some people. Bitcoin? It's a sign of lesser intellect. Oh, what? Picking things that are not Bitcoin? I agree. Shelling point.
Okay, they jump to conclusions about certain things.
And also, if you're like poking around down there, like more blood can sometimes come out even if your period is over. Like, I swear
Jai, you want to watch this?
to God, like I thought my period was done.
And so this was the lie that may have triggered the most people, because out of all the terrible things that she did to
Picking dog shit over Bitcoin. No, I know. Like, you have to be stupid to do that.
Gosh, the craziest one was that she made him believe that they were both virgins up until marriage, which doesn't really seem true just based off that TikTok alone. I mean, of course, it could be, but it's probably not.
My wife also hadn't had any sexual partners, so that helped us connect a lot more.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you
believe her?
Also, what made that podcast even worse was that the other co-hosts couldn't help but join in on the ritual with Jasleen.
What's his favorite position?
Kosh is completely fine with all the mistreatment, which just tells you that the man is pretty spineless and that he'd never truly stick up for himself, like everyone in the world, usually titling it something
and be like, bitch, because I thought it was just like funny. And I'm like, oh, I'm not going to let people think that I let this shit fly. Like, I want to be known for defending myself. But at a certain point, these people are baiting you. And baiting is a form of control and manipulation.
Chad, what do you want to watch? In Germany, there was a pastor of shit that built like a golden palace for himself, all funded by the church, aka taxpayers. See, that's a huge problem. That's what I'm talking about. No aura there. Ruins the entire thing for a lot of people. What denomination was he?
It's a sick, twisted game.
Microphone in our face.
This is probably just going to be recycled stuff. Catholic. He enriched himself. See, I would think that people like that maybe God says something about this in the good book. People that enrich, what is it? People that use God's name, I guess in vain, to further themselves, you would think there's a special place in hell for them. Chat, what do you want to watch? Let me check the Discord.
The year is 2022. Food delivery.
When I was a kid,
The never-ending exploitation of Olympians.
You know,
we as Americans have the capacity.
Made in Canada, is that the assisted suicide? This isn't a new topic, is it? No. Yeah, I made a video on this like 2 years ago, I think, on the second channel. What the fuck?
I think about the biggest events in my life.
This guy divorced Michaela Peterson, my daughter.
Divorce being one of them. I have not been through that, but I could imagine how challenging that would be. You're a very well put together dude. And so I'm looking to get under the collar a little bit. I want to feel maybe more essence of you on this pod than maybe you've ever shared. Not to put you on the spot, but here we go.
Let's give it a shot.
When you were going through the divorce.
This is just weird, bro. We're too online. Could like imagine being an adult and then going on a podcast and like airing out your divorce with like another public figure. Like what, bro? What?
With Michaela Peterson.
Why does nobody keep shit to themselves?
Took you to a place where you had to choose, right? You probably experienced an incredible amount of fear. What was that like, divorcing Michaela? How did that come about? And what did you learn about yourself?
Well, the fear
at this point, I'd say, shut the fuck up. And I'd throw boxing gloves at his forehead. I'd say, catch me outside. How about that? I don't know. It's just so feminine coded. It's just.
Yeah, man, we're completely screwed. And to be honest with you, it does tick me off how people accept technology like AI. We're talking specifically about AI on this video. They accept it.
Because you want to make money out of it? What? The divorce? That's why they do it?
Would take for you to stop and leave a comment.
Let's watch this. The hypocrisy of Whitney. Huh? Whitney who? Female comedians. Let's do it.
Also,
the hypocrisy of Whitney who? Whitney, huh?
think about what it would take for you to stop and leave it.
I gotta restart. Blood-based with the 10. Study to shew thyself. Approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Timothy 2:15. Blood-based. I don't know what that means, bro. You're gonna have to break that down for me. You're gonna have to break that down for me. Oh, I know he was a Navy SEAL. I love that guy. Chad Wright.
Also,
I wonder if this will trigger. A content warning because it's Joe Rogan and I'm watching it on YouTube.
think about what it would take for you to stop and leave a comment. You would have to be in such a dark place to like need to just like throw a stray at someone. And like, I like to think of it as like a weird service, and maybe this is just me trying to like sublimate it into something positive, because like being a female comedian on the internet's like pretty wild. And you hating me or saying some mean gives you like a hit of like, great. I don't think I came into comedy being like, everyone has to love me. Like that.
It's not possible.
People that are trying to spread joy.
Also think.
Could be rough. Could be a rough watch. Could be a rough watch. What are people saying in the comments? Who else came straight to the comments? What the fuck happened? Yeah, I don't know.
Would take for you to.
I don't know what happened there. It is what it is, I guess. Women are getting bigger.
My name is Max Charbonneau, and I'm here to confess my secret feelings.
Women are getting bigger.
For sure.
Yeah.
So where was that in?
This woman is annoying as fuck. I tried to watch it, but no shot. It was bad podcast. Yeah, it's just not worth.
Hi, I'm Lauren Lovett. I'm a principal dancer at the New York City Ballet, and this is my daily foot routine.
Yo. 3 of you just fucking busted. The He-Bum fitness test? We could totally do it. Wrestling at 58? Yo, you keep saying this, bro.
Or he called his daddy to tell him.
I'm gonna get fucking claimed. Bro's trying to claim me. Bro, you're making me watch old men. Is this you, dude? Is this you? Are you a 58-year-old dude and you're making me watch your video? God damn it. There's no more base Latinas left. Dude, it's got to be rough out there, right? It's got to be rough out there, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, podcast got to go away, dude. Podcast got to go away. Let Joe Rogan keep his. He can be the podcast guy. Everyone else, no more podcasts. No shot.
Success or of happiness if you didn't go through fucking negative times in your life. You would have no perspective of what was actually good, what actually make you feel fulfilled, what actually gave you purpose. You would have no perspective.
We are at a really low point in our civilization, and I want to take you through a series of stories that are just embarrassing. It's just really embarrassing how we used to have a world-spanning empire. We used to be the foremost power in the world.
You guys want to learn about how the UK is cooked?
And now we are in. We're just. I mean, I don't even have a word to describe how pathetic our country is. It's really insufferable. I mean, this event.
Yeah, I mean, you missed the 1776 patch update, little bro. Sheesh.
The water in this lake is so turquoise, it almost looks fake, but it is in fact
I'm compelled to swim in this lake.
real. Typically, lakes are greenish, brown, or even dark.
I hate a dark lake. I like a nice turquoise lake that make. I need to go to Lake Como, bro. I need to go to Lake Como. Chat. Yo, not to goon, not to pocket watch, but Jake Paul made it. Jake Paul made it, bro. I don't think you guys would have seen this video. He bought this was months ago. He bought a $40 million ranch in Georgia. Dude.
Listen, people, you might be wondering, what do I spend my millions of dollars with from beating people's asses?
Look at this fucking compound.
Well, this is my 6,000 acre, $40 million ranch. Welcome to Paul Reserve. We were filming the intro of the video and he just crashed the drone
Could
right
you imagine
into the tree.
having 6,000 acres? Now look what he did with it, or at least some of it.
I've honestly broken
Wait.
like 15 of these drones, bro.
No, I think this is part two. Part two.
Listen, people, you might be
Where the Paul family ranch?
welcome
Yeah, look at this shit.
to the Paul Family Ranch channel. We're here at the 20-acre lake. All the toys are out. We still have more of the tour to go if you guys came here from the other channel, but we brought all the toys out here
He built a 2-mile long dirt track.
today. This, I think, is the coolest part of the whole entire property. All the toys, all the farm equipment, all the things that come with this property to maintain it. And I think we're gonna go a little fast in the lake today. On this property, we built officially the world's biggest razor track. It's over 2 miles long. Of jumps, whoops, carving in and out of the woods, and just the view from above is absolutely beautiful.
Outside, outside, looking at the stars, staring with my mouth wide. I ain't letting nobody stop me this
You can also dirt bike this course, which my friend Hayden Deegan just did, and jump me in my Lamborghini.
Outside, outside.
I cracked the windshield because I'm
Team 10, by the way.
fat. Just look at how beautiful this is. It swings down in front of the lake to get this beautiful lake view. Definitely have to be careful on this turn. Look at that. I mean, this is the American dream.
You are just not on my level. I keep my foot on the pedal. I said
It's just every day, bro. It's that Disney Channel flow, bro.
Absolutely gorgeous. All the best.
So it's basically his fantasy factory, and he goes through how like it's basically it's an old hunting like ground / like preservation thing. So he has like arable farmland that will then be used to like I don't like turn a profit, I guess. Oh my God, the soy.
Looking at the surface pretty deep to get that orange dirt, which is the best dirt in the world. Home and where you make it. This is the Nautique Paragon 25, the greatest wake surf boat ever invented. I went all blue, customized this shit. My first Lambo was blue. A lot of my first cars were blue. I just love blue. I don't know what it is. This is Blue Balls.
Is that the name?
No, probably not.
There's balls on it too.
I didn't know they made boats in this color, bro.
What is this? You already got a little damage on it? You kidding me?
It's kind of like having your own private server IRL, you know?
Oh, these Jetstream boats are indestructible. These things are honestly so much fun. Sea-Doo, Sparks, Tricks, those are the ones that you really...
I don't know. I thought the dirt track was fucking nuts. I had to share that. He's got a duck pond.
Every year,
Yeah, he's got a Bitcoin sign on the fucking boat. I knew you would like that.
we're planting this and regrowing it with corn, and then we fill the water back up during duck season, and it attracts thousands of ducks. And as you can tell, we are slowly raising the water level as duck season is coming up, and this will all be filled, and the ducks eat the corn off the top of the water. So in a couple of months, there'll be thousands of KSIs here. Bro, what the fuck? What a nice guy. He's giving you a manicure, bro.
What the hell, bro? Oh, you should see this
Oh, he
shit.
just pooped.
Look at in the sun.
Land. We will be putting an airstrip to land the Global
I don't think he's fucking around. I think this is true.
Express Hall Air. This will be a full-on landing strip where we can land the plane. This goes for about 1.5 miles this way, and I'm going to be weaving in a full-on F1 style racetrack throughout this area where it's completely flat. I have these nice cars. Everyone has nice cars, but then they're just driving them on the highway. I wanted to do things in reverse. Build the racetrack so I can actually drive the cars and then continue to grow my car collection to have the fastest cars and even some racing cars. But I'm going to turn this.
This is kind of weird. I thought this was stupid, but
into a membership club where people could have houses on the track, have their cars in their garage, have their own space.
Imagine, like, you have a private house on Jake Paul's compound. So you could race your sports cars. I don't know. It's a bit fucking...
Live and be able to use the track whenever they want, land their plane right here on the airstrip, and create this sort of race club with all the amenities, ice baths, saunas.
How does he have that kind of money? Apparently boxing. And he has a company called Anti-Fund where he's paired with this other guy, and seemingly they angel invest into some startups, and I'm pretty sure he nailed a couple of the startups, and like it's just printing money. And I think some Bitcoin sprinkled in there as well.
Hot tubs, events, dinners, wake surf, go on the world's biggest.
See, the money is not really from YouTube. It's from his notoriety on YouTube, but then he scaled it outside of YouTube with all his other companies.
Razor track, dirt biking, all these nice.
It's just fucking nuts, huh?
Things, bro. Homie's really just hanging out. Like, he's really getting.
Nah, this is our guy. This is definitely our guy. That's my boy Richard.
Dude, shout out to Richard. Check it out. Probably the best part is we have water. Revenues, people, get the fucking bag. Haven't you learned anything?
So you're telling me right now, if I pull on that, a nut's gonna come up?
Jake Paul's what Phil wishes he can be. maybe like 10%. Of the delusional optimism.
How to make a damn buck. Oh shit!
They're underground, dummy.
Oh shit!
Yeah, baby. So these are.
I don't know. Having 60,000 acres seems seems a bit nutty.
Gonna be ripe in spit on that.
Bro, what? Spit on that.
No, you gotta delete that. Now it's a couple weeks until they're ripe, but
I just think this is a lesson in retard maxing. Everyone hates him. He prints money, and like that's the formula. Yeah, he's unafraid of looking stupid, and now he owns half of Georgia. Yeah. I don't know. It's that Disney Channel flow, bro. I don't make the rules. Yeah. You're just going to stay right and broke. You're going to stay right and broke. Have fun being right. You're right. Yo, he is gripping her, bro. He's fucking gripping her. Bro, Kiriko's touching your girl like that. You see that shit? Damn, I don't know, bro. I might have to fight him. Watch Sam Hyde create a character on Oblivion. I've never seen that clip. Is it funny?
What you saying? Yeah.
Hey, yo.
Bailón. ¿Qué tal?
So I don't know how to say this without. So like, she's kind of treating him like he's like a cutie pie, right? But I don't think that he thinks that she thinks that he's a cutie pie, if you know what I mean. Oh, he's so sweet. Meanwhile, he's just like, I don't know, trying to do some Hodge Twins commentary. He's trying to goon, bro. Meanwhile, he just shook his head while staring at her cheeks. Yo, he's trying to goon, bro. He's got the towel on standby. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's kind of that's what I meant. Yeah. I want to watch another video. I just don't know which one to watch. He-bum. He-bum.
All right, today's an exciting...
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it. This video keeps getting recommended to us here at Third Eye Global, kick.com/Phillion. Chris Bumstead testing his athleticism after bodybuilding.
Today's an exciting...
That was the lowest energy ever.
All right.
That was the lowest energy ever. Wake up, buddy. Wake up. He-bum. He-bum. It's me, he-bum. Testing my athleticism after bodybuilding. Now that is an oxymoron. Athletic, bodybuilding. Not gonna happen. It's a video by C-Bum, Mr. Olympia, #1 in the world.
Today's an exciting day because this is like, it's testing day. I don't need to be fancy about it. We're doing some little bit of Jacklete testing. And I feel like when I was bodybuilding, it was the perfect idea of having like a clear, singular mission of something that you were working towards. And I loved it. Everything in my life had purpose. It was like, if I was doing nothing that day, I was resting to be a better bodybuilder. If I was eating, it was eating to be a better bodybuilder. The gym was to be the best bodybuilder in the world. Now that it's gone, there's still so much more meaning I have in my life. And I think fitness shouldn't be the #1 thing you're driving progress towards to have meaning in your life, but it's really important because it grounds you as like a constant.
This is true. There is more to life than fitness. However, the reason why this video is going semi-viral is because bro tried to do a sprint and tore his hamstring and/or quad. Pulled every single muscle in his leg. I'm exaggerating, but that's essentially what happened.
You're in control of, but without bodybuilding anymore, it's like I'm never going to be that big or that strong in those lifts or that lean or weigh that much or have that chest and glute striations and all that shit to that extent. So I needed a new goal to work towards, and that's why the Jacklete thing kind of came out of wanting to be jacked and athletic, because I still love training. Fitness is so important to my life, but I want to be able to drive forward into different goals, and I also want to feel good.
Jacked and athletic. Form follows function. There certainly are athletes that are jacked. And there are athletes that are not jacked, that are super athletic. What a lot of people don't understand is that you can be muscularly obese. There is a Goldilocks zone for your frame in terms of height to weight ratio, how much muscle mass you have, the distribution of type 1, type 2 fibers. Are you even in the right sport to maximize your ability?
You know, like, I want to be able to kick my kid's ass in sports. I don't want to just be able to play with them. I want to be like, dominate them. I want to dunk on my daughter's face.
That's healthy behavior.
If she starts playing basketball, I want to be able to run and move and feel good and just like train for health and feeling good. So that's where the whole jacked and athletic thing came in, because I don't want to not be jacked and look good, because I'm a body.
Sprinters are jacked. That's because it's both anabolic and androgenic. It's explosive power movements. Everyone knows this. Marathon runners, distance runners, that is aerobic capacity, not anaerobic. Anaerobic doesn't require oxygen. You're looking for force production, technique, and then momentum, right? A couple things involved with sprinting. You got stride length, you have turnover, And blanking on the rest.
They build our heart, and aesthetics is just #1 priority. So we're going to be nailing down what the testing is, but it's very strength-based still. So there'll be like a squat, a bench press, all these different things. And then on top of that, there's going to be a med ball overhead throw behind the head, a sprint, a long jump, a high jump, all these different things that really force your body to be both strong and functional. And then the hypertrophy side of aesthetics, looking good, just naturally comes along. So
Usain Bolt can't touch rim, though? Are you serious? Yes, he can. That's got to be a lie.
We're going to be like fine-tuning this over time. And Justin has a really cool system where we're going to pick the most fun things realistically. That will be the jack glute testing, but there'll be a structural balance thing on top of that. So let's say we only test for bench press. Well, there will be equivalent chin-up weight that you should be able to do to make sure that you're structurally balanced so that you're less likely to get injured. Because the other part of jack glute is jacked athletic, but it's also injury prevention. Justin is huge on avoiding injuries and all these things, and he told me not even to do this.
Watch the video, bro. Send it, and we will verify in real time if Usain Bolt can touch rim or not.
Testing, because I'm probably arguably not ready for it yet, but it is what it is. Just going to push the limits a little bit because that's what I do. But it's about creating a body that is unlikely to be injured, and I am not that right now. I am a body that is very prone to being injured because of decades of training. I'm structurally imbalanced.
And then goes on to an injury.
Really strong back, but parts of it are weak, so my posture falls over. My body's just not ready to move fast and explosive or have deep ranges of motion everywhere. I fixed the shoulder, but now I have to fix the whole body and everything so that I can feel good and function. So that's the idea of jack athletic, not getting injured, and I'm probably at least a year off from actually being able
His legs are about to explode.
call myself a jack glute. So we're going to do some testing now as a very baseline thing and see where I can progress. You guys can follow along, and eventually I want to have something set up where you guys can do the testing yourself.
See, part of the problem here, and this is what I learned getting into boxing over 3 years ago now, is you got to drop the ego, okay? Muscle is cool and all, but most of it is for show. You will build muscle, and it will look great on your frame if you're performing at the level necessary for your sport. But if you're coming in with a bodybuilder mindset and you want to reintroduce your body to athletics, you're not going to have a good time without dropping muscle, and probably a lot of it. The human body is not supposed to have this much muscle. This is from steroids, performance-enhancing drugs. You're burning the candle at both ends. You're overloading your tendons. You are bulky. You are not fluid.
We'll have events. You guys can come down and do all the things, and hopefully it turns into something really cool and fun of like driving purpose in people's life. Because like
that's Colt Filion. All muscles are functional. That's hilarious, because we're about to find out how functional all muscles really are. I know you're taking the piss, mate.
Fitness is such an important thing for having meaning and being.
What if my sport is golf? So a lot of people don't know this, but my father is a golf professional. Competes, not on the PGA Tour, but has won tournaments, has made golf his entire career/profession. There's not a day that goes by that there's not a golf club in that man's hands. Now, one of my biggest learning curves and humbling experiences was trying to learn golf. I put it off as a kid. I got into it as an adult. I've been playing golf for about 3 years at this point. Golf is a prime example of rotation and counter-rotation. I would watch my dad swing this goddamn club with effortless ease, and whopping, the ball goes a goddamn mile. Meanwhile, I'm over here, bulk chungus, trying to fucking muscle this thing like a baseball bat, a lacrosse shot, or a hockey slap. And the ball shoots off to the left and sadly dribbles about 5 feet. Golf is a very athletic sport, and it will one-shot normies who think otherwise. Even if you see fat people, out-of-shape people, obviously everyone doesn't have a perfect swing unless they're absolutely dialed in, but to be honest, that motion requires a lot of athleticism and coordination and mobility. You will be sore as fuck in places you didn't even know were possible if you swing a golf club for a couple hours.
Being able to push yourself somewhere and create discipline, it's like a grounding thing that you need, where when all else in life kind of is failing and maybe you're falling behind, you can at least go in the gym and make progress there. And I fucking...
You know what? I'll show you a picture of my dad. He played ultimate frisbee in college. Been athletic his entire life. You tell me if bro's got hops or not, okay? This is OG Philly on Files. I think it's one of the sickest pictures I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Bro, are you fucking kidding me? He's catching the goddamn frisbee midair. What is the vertical on that? Bro's flying.
Love that about fitness. It's why it's so important for mental health, growing, discipline, consistency, everything. It's the foundation of my life. I'm going to keep it that way.
That's a 30-something inch vert.
I wanted to find something I was passionate about, and that's this. So that's what we're going to be doing over the next couple of days. A little bit of testing, seeing where I'm at, seeing how far away I am from being a true jacklete. So let's get to it.
And it comes up with information.
Am I just old now and I'll ever need way more warm-ups? Or will that get better too?
Well, you're a V12 engine, which needs way more care than a Honda Civic. Okay, you're 30, almost 31.
He's not a V12 engine. He's like a diesel train.
But you've been training since you're, what, 14?
Yeah.
So you're almost 16, 17 years deep into training, and still 80 to 90% of it was done, bro, like just going. So there's room for improvement still. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the minimum he's a 5.0 V8. No shot he's V12. See, bench pressing just has nothing to do with athleticism. And the reason why most bodybuilders, powerlifters, are not athletic is because they don't train rotation, counter rotation, which is involved in almost every single sport. That's why they can't run. They're stiff as a board.
Tell mentally it feels different. You don't want to like, bah!
Yeah, no, not at all.
Which is okay. Like, this is a starting point. But how did
mentally it feels like I'm Bambi learning how to walk again,
Really?
which is crazy.
Yeah.
I think because I remember what it felt like to have 315 over me. And
Now, I will say, I do enjoy that C-Bum is doing this training, because it's always very hard and humbling to do something that is completely out of your wheelhouse, stick to it, see it through to the other side, get results, and submit yourself before the new quest, the new path. So 100% respect and props.
Go.
Yeah.
And now that feels way more awkward.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yep.
No lopsided, eh?
It wasn't terrible. It was more so just when it came up. What'd you feel in the shoulders and
The
everything?
only bodybuilder I've seen that's actually athletic and did all sorts of crazy shit was Juji Mufu. So you have to be careful with athletic. Perhaps he is athletic. To be honest, I don't know. He is acrobatic, which is a skill. It's a specificity. He's very mobile, very stretchy. I don't know about athletic. Does it take athleticism to flip? Yeah. But athleticism, we're talking about like maximal power output. We're talking about specific skills. We're talking about the ability to use your hips to transfer power, to execute in a sport.
I feel like I just stopped like
Doing
trying to
that.
bend the bar, and I kind of just went like this.
Press.
And the shoulder felt a little weaker, but it didn't feel like bad. It just felt like, oh, I'm not used to staying.
Side
locked in
note,
position.
what a cool thing for you that you're benching again after the shoulder. You're doing good.
No disrespect. Dude, I could never flip like Juji Mufu. I just don't know if he would call himself an athlete.
It's pretty crazy, yeah.
You're doing good stuff.
Even for the last 3 years before the shoulder tear, I couldn't bench press without pain.
Really?
And that doesn't hurt. It feels a little awkward because I haven't done it in forever, and I feel weak.
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't
it's
hurt at
good.
all. Maybe benching 500 pounds.
Okay, so between your, the like term is biochromial flat press, but it's your flat bench press. That and your supinated chin up, there's a perfect ratio that you should have between the two that basically is a reflection of like push and pull or extensor and flexor, making sure that there's equal strength. Because your body's this system that if it's in disharmony, it will not perform well. So even if my chest is strong,
Is Brian Shaw an athlete? Yeah, I would say strongman's a sport, a psychotic sport, but a sport nonetheless. There's competition. You are pushing and pulling, hoisting, heaving, hucking, throwing. Not only competing against other people, but competing for time.
back is weak, my shoulder is now weak. So now I'm not
I
going to be
think
able.
athlete implies some serious cardio skills and movement skills. There definitely is a cardio element to it. Because we can get in the weeds of like, is this a sport? Is that a sport? There are some sports that are not as athletic as others.
Will express strength. So using the norms that we have and testing Chris, we can determine what's his weakest link based off those percentages. And then regardless, whether it's sport, whether it's hypertrophy, whether it's pain, whatever it is, we can adjust the programming to bring everything up, right? Because you bring the weakest link up and everything in the system improves. So
Baseball is a game, not a sport. So I don't even like baseball, but I think it's definitely a sport. There's without a doubt some athleticism involved.
that's kind of the idea behind this, and that's why we're doing all the calculations and testing. All right, here we go. Locked in, nice and tight. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 6, 5, 4, 3.
So think about it like this too, right? Do you think strength translates differently in racket sports? Look at the top athletes in the sport and you'll get an answer based on their form. Do you see bodybuilders at the top of tennis? No. Normally, they're pretty lean. Some would probably even say lanky. They are muscular, for sure, but by a gym bro's standards, they look rather flimsy.
Come on. 2, one more. Go. Close. 5.
Golf must have the smallest amount of athletic professionals in the top strata of competition, surely. See, I thought that. Just go play a fucking round of golf. That's all I have to say.
Damn.
That's 5?
That's 5. Clean 5, too. Like there's not a 6. How did
Golf has the inherent power transfer with the hips and the rotation, counter rotation, and hand-eye coordination. It is 100% a demanding athletic sport. People will say it's a game.
How'd you feel though?
It felt good.
Really?
Felt a little better. I blacked out. I was like, just go. This is where I feel like what I love about Jack Lead is I'm probably going to be the worst. Literally, when it comes to it, it's going to be the worst. But when I think of like the Trend Twins.
Yeah.
If they were here doing a bench press and a squat, best fucking. And
who would I say is in the top specimen in humanity as the most athletic human being? That's an interesting question. I can name a couple. Michael Jordan. Saquon Barkley. DK Metcalf. I don't know. Throw some other names and I'll agree, disagree. LeBron James.
they're like 200 pounds.
Yeah.
That'd be fucking incredible.
Yeah.
But then you have them like try and sprint or jump
That'd be
or do a
great.
5-10-5. Like, no,
Yeah.
not at all. you
And
know?
honestly though, like, okay, so that's one layer deep. That's really fun. But like, what does that mean? Like, they probably have an
Michael Phelps.
existence in their body that's really fun. Like, they can grab someone. It's like, oh, like they feel good. They're strong, but they try to move around and it's
There's
like,
a few athletes that I would put in a category that is beyond normal. Okay. Now, this is kind of going to get a little hairy because some would say Tom Brady's not as athletic as, say, the others, because it depends on what metric you're measuring. Nonetheless, I'm going to name it, okay? Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, Tiger Woods, Michael Phelps, John Jones. In my opinion, those are the greatest athletes perhaps ever. Now, you can have your own opinions on that. I think that's a pretty damn good list. In terms of a different caliber of athlete, in terms of competition, drive, industriousness, natural ability, specificity, utter domination of their craft.
And they
can't do it. I don't know, but like that type of person, usually they can't do anything. To have both, to be like, oh yeah, I can bench 405
Now,
for reps. Like,
I'm probably missing some big names out there, but that's because I'm not familiar with other sports like that. But those are the GOATs. Those are undeniably the GOATs.
no big deal. Also, like, you want to go run some 10s? Like, feel
Yeah.
great. It's a really cool thing.
Yeah, you could throw a Wayne Gretzky in there.
All right, let's go. Really good. There's 2, good. 3, good. 4, good.
Hold on, I'm watching a muscle man do pull-ups.
5, good. Get up there. 6. That's 6. That's good. All right, so technically speaking, so it didn't have the 2-second eccentric, 2-3 second, but interestingly, because we've been doing eccentrics for
Who's the best soccer or football player of all time? Is it Ronaldo or is it Messi? What's the correct answer? Is it Pele? We have to get to the bottom of this right now. Messi. By stats, Ronaldo by aura. So the answer is Messi.
so long, even other than your grip, like if you had straps, if you were to do a 2-second eccentric on that, you'd probably still get the exact same amount of reps. Because
I definitely can. I'm more fluid in that.
Yeah.
To be like, pull where I need to, drop where I need to, and compared to the bench where I'm still like a little shaky.
Exactly. But no, that being said,
Another absolutely freak athlete, Anthony Edwards.
you're actually in a position to where if you plugged it into the Jackley calculations, it's like, hey, actually there's something going on with your extensor.
We could play this game all day. I mean, We're talking about top tier talent here.
It's probably a little problematic. Now, again, if you did your bench for 3 weeks and felt good and it was 25% stronger, we might be back to
Jake Paul.
The chin up is a little bit weaker.
Yeah.
But the idea is you test these things and it tells you right now in time what your weak link is and what your biggest opportunity.
Messi is just beautiful to watch. Yeah, let me clarify. When I name those names, I'm talking about a level of aura and gravitas that transcends the sport itself. It is the ultimate expression of the athletic endeavor paired with the sport-specific skill. When you watch John Jones and you know anything about martial arts, you're just like, huh? When you watch Tom Brady throw a football ways in which you didn't even think were possible. When you see Tiger Woods make shots from God knows where. Now, I don't watch football or soccer, but I'll take your word on it. When you watch Messi, it instills something in you that it's almost godlike and divine. Wayne Gretzky, same thing. Would I consider Formula One drivers as athletes? 100%. They're psychopaths. Athletic as fuck in their own right.
For an improvement is if you want more hypertrophy, more performance, less pain, like that structural balance calculation.
In his prime, Mike Tyson. It's just that his legacy has a bit of a stain on it. And I guess a lot of these athletes' legacies are scrutinized for maybe their personal downfalls or issues, gambling, prostitution, cheating, whatever. But true boxing fans, although they do glorify Mike Tyson, I think the consensus is that he was not the best, comparatively speaking. Maybe at a specific static point in time.
Off of strength will tell you what the problem is.
He just happens to be a favorite given the personality, his unique peekaboo style. But hardline boxing fans, I don't know if they're including Mike Tyson in their top 5. Perhaps they are.
Is there a rule for tempo on these?
So technically the original norms was a 4-second eccentric. Is anyone going to follow it perfectly? No.
No, yeah.
So I'm like kind of being loose on it. These though, like for injury, like you should not just.
I can't wait for people to take this video out of context and then say just because I don't like pancakes that I must hate waffles. So I'm going to defer to the Hodge twins. All of this is just advice. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. These are just my opinions, okay? And they're subject to change. There's no binding contract.
Just randomly drop it. Like it should be like a 3-second down. 3, 2, 1, 8, 3. Keep the upper body still, just the arm.
So this seems to just be some prehab work. Mobility, stretching, priming.
9, 3, 2, 1. There's 10. Go for one more. No movement, just arm. Oh, go another. Good. 11. That's good. That's really good. Let me write that down. So, and then this is where like right to left discrepancies come in. Obviously, if one side gets more reps than the other, you know what side you need to toy with. 8. Okay, keep this tight. 9, 3, 2, 1. There's 10, 3.
Seen some bimbo saying C-Bum's body shape is of a dad bod. Like, what the fuck are these standards nowadays? That has to be bait. That's like seeing an anorexic girl and being like, I love when girls have a little bit of meat on their bones. It's just a thing people do on the internet. I mean, maybe some women are that out of touch.
2.
Like they think Jason Momoa and Henry Cavill have dad bods. It's like, okay, it's just Hollywood juice. I mean, So unobtainable for the average person.
One. Good, just one more. Ooh, left side stronger too. Come on.
Was making a comeback.
That's awesome. That's really cool, actually. I'm pumped about that.
King of the external rotators.
I think the trainer's on gear. I mean, he looks pretty sauced. This guy looks dense as fuck. They kind of have World of Warcraft orc builds. Like, they're just wide. And I just don't think that that's naturally achievable.
Oh, barely. A little bit more. Up, 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 up. There you go.
Like, have you seen a forearm like that into a bicep? Like, what the...
Six. Oh, I barely graze it. See if he can fix it.
Now, a lot of top athletes are juicing. For example, Tiger Woods, 100% was juicing at one point. LeBron James, a lot of NBA fans like pretty much agree that it's probably like a hush-hush secret that nobody talks about but infers. John Jones was popped multiple times for mysterious substances. Who knows what Formula One drivers, I'm just throwing that out as an example of like, you know, they could be taking some sort of cognitive enhancement. When you're dealing with the most hyper-competitive people in the world with millions of dollars on the line and literal greatness, legacy, it's like, these are the type of people that will do whatever the fuck it takes, like Rich Piana. So don't be fooled by the physique. Don't be fooled by, you know, there's athletes that are juicing in professional leagues that aren't even probably, you know, scoring points in their respective field. They're not even that good. The juice is all the way to the top. And a lot of people think it's just for muscle or performance, but no. I mean, this spans. We're talking endurance aids, right? EPO, blood doping. We're talking painkillers, especially in the NFL. We're talking all sorts of designer cocktails, peptides. I know, what is it? They take shots. What is it? What's the shot that all the athletes get for like recovery?
Nine. Good, don't lift the chest.
I think you're moving your arm.
BPC. They do stem cell therapy. I mean, these are all gray areas, if not just black hat, if not just flat out cheating. But like, who's gonna be like, besides whatever drug testing agency and whatever the league really wants to chase. Bronchodilators, fucking yeah.
Oh.
HGH, all these compounds have different half-lives. They have different testing. You can get bio-identical versions of it, so it just doesn't pop on a test. That's why they say drug testing is really just an IQ test. I mean, the corruption is there. There's money to be made. There's shady dealings. I've heard anecdotal stories of college-level coaches telling students. Now, I don't know if this is just a myth, but this was told to me by somebody in college that as a, you know, a game of telephone, he told their student, their pupil, their athlete, come back on gear next season. Just like do it. Just like get on roids. And they just like left it at that. And it's 100% done at the high school level, too. I wrestled in high school. I saw fucking orangutans and gorillas with physiques you wouldn't believe at the age of 15, 16. Full-grown fucking men. Androgenic beasts. Beards down to their ankles. I mean, these were troglodyte cavemen creatures. Do you know how many football teams in high school just fucking juice for fun? Just for shits and giggles?
Oh, okay, done. You're compensating.
I can get higher than that.
Well, now
one of my conspiracy theories that is not confirmed, but I think it is confirmed, is I think especially if you come from a basketball background, because basketball is interesting to me because it kind of selects for height, right? As well as athleticism and skill, but more importantly, height. And it's the weirdest one because if you were to take a cross section, right? All of these, if you take a cross section of the population, like how far off standard deviation from the mean are these freak height outliers, right? 6'8", 6'9", 7-footers. They have to be, so I'm getting ahead of myself. I think that there is a height maxing stack that doctors know about. I'm talking shady doctors that if you're rich enough, if you are a family and you want to basically groom your child into the NBA, if little Johnny's not growing, pays a visit to the doctor when the both bone plates are open, the growth plates are there. Perhaps they experiment with the height maxing stack, and then what do you know? They grow 10 inches over a summer. It just doesn't happen. They just have 1 billion genetics, maybe 1 billion genetics for the height, but then do they have 1 billion genetics for basketball? I don't know. You see a lot of for how tight basketball is as like a sport. It's incredibly hard to get into. You have to be cream of the crop of the crop of the crop of the crop. The selection with height is a weird one because I'm not convinced that all these kids are naturally that height. You have these kids that shoot up 6, 7, 8, 9 inches when they're full-grown adults, and they chalk it up to like a second or third puberty. Oh, he's not done growing yet. Like, really? They just also happen to be cracked at basketball, and now they're just growing mid-season or out of season, like over the summer. They just continuously grow.
You're going like the top looks like this now. You go. As opposed to
That's not a theory. This is happening.
This. Regardless, though, it lets me know obviously it's weaker, and I already know the left side is gonna be worse on this.
They're taking their vitamins. I'm calling it right now, bro.
From like what you can feel and the range that you were achieving, which for you, like, yeah, your fucking external rotators are rock stars now.
LeBron James has to be 1 billion for height, athleticism, and longevity. Yeah. I mean, without a doubt. Like a lot of these top level athletes are a combination of. There's a couple things that select for this, right? Freak of nature genetics. So when you're talking about the fitness industry, right? It's like the one thing you can talk about out in the open about like eugenics adjacent shit, genetics, right? Oh, you have shitty genetics. Oh, he has amazing genetics. Genetics is much better to look at in terms of like performance of a sport and whether that extrapolates into like hand-eye coordination, whatever, explosiveness, type of muscle fibers. But there's like, you take an athlete, you can have an athlete at the top that is just naturally gifted in such a way that allows him to perform, but then you have other athletes that are super industrious and dedicated, like Kobe Bryant. Like, that's the clearest example, right? He was known for just like drilling and drilling and drilling, proving that over time you can zug your way into greatness combined with his athleticism. And then you have other people that just kind of naturally have it. But in terms of like bodybuilding, when we talk about amazing genetics, a lot of the times they look like absolute twinks as teenagers before they start training. To me, that's not amazing genetics. Amazing genetics is you're already performing in sports. You don't discover your ability to put on muscle later in life, and then just step on the Olympia stage. Like, no. Perhaps it's your response to gear and juice. Like, maybe in terms of symmetry and muscle insertions and frame, sure. But, oh, he has amazing genetics is just cope. And then the after picture is them just blasting gear.
But this is here.
And interesting you said with LeBron James, right? 1 billion genetics for height, athleticism, and longevity. The third I doubt is natty, meaning longevity. I was going to expound upon that. Now, I'm not familiar with basketball, but I have heard whispers from devout fans of the sport. What was LeBron doing in Miami? What are those doctors doing in Miami? Anyone know what I'm talking about? His longevity protocol is 100%, in my opinion, not fucking natty.
You're still having shortening here and rolling forward. All of this is strong. Now it's just about pulling the shoulder blade down.
Yeah.
So you've got step one down, which is great. But
I feel like this is such a no shit moment too. Like when I'm sitting in the car and I'm like this, and I'm like, oh fuck, my posture's bad. Sit upright.
Yeah.
5 seconds later, I'm like, oh, I'm like, I can't hold it, and I just forget, and I'm back down here. Like
Why do they go to Germany on their off season? Yeah, I don't know. These athletes. Listen, this is a game of optimization and min-maxing, just like everything else at the top level in this world. When people can find those 1%, 2%, maybe it's even half a percentile of an edge, they're going to take it.
can't stand up straight.
Yeah.
So people could be like, oh, this is bullshit, but it's like when you said my hamstrings were weak one time, people are like, his hamstrings are weak, he's Mr. Olympia. Like, I can't stand up straight for 5 seconds. It's definitely weak.
Quick recap. So we did, we tested the bench, which was 325 by 4, which means a 361 pound predicted 1 rep max. Chris did 285 for 6 reps, which has a predicted 335 pound 1 rep max. The difference between those two loads is about 8%. Very structurally balanced is a 12.5% difference between the two. Meaning, technically speaking, Chris's back is actually doing pretty darn well compared to the extensors. So the only question though, just from like Chris's side, obviously when someone throws this into the Jack Leak calculator, this is good, this is definitive. Move.
Yo, Phil, there's an insanely giga interesting video titled How I Became Radicalized about Eyesight in Sports, about how a lot of elite athletes have crazy gifted eyesight, like peripheral. Oh, I don't doubt it. Especially like reaction time. And I'd be curious to know like how much of it is innate, how much of it is trained. Is it nature or nurture? See, decide, react. I mean, it's fighter pilot shit.
Forward with this. For Chris, he hasn't benched in how many years?
Consistently?
Long time.
5, 6.
So let's say he gave himself a 3-4 week phase of bench. He might, instead of seeing the normal like 5% increase.
See, for the Jack Leak training protocol, I'm not interested in the bench press. It's just, it's whatever.
7.5% increase. He might see like a 15% increase just because he's familiar with it, which would adjust these norms. So that was a note I had put down, is technically right now, his chest, his extensors are 4.5% off of what's ideal, but maybe with familiarity that takes care of that.
And it should also be noted that like you can generalize about some of this communication that we're talking about in terms of like athletics, right? But then you'll always just have your outliers, like people that do what works for them, and they've been doing it for so long that like there's just no justification other than the fact that like that's who they are, that's the rig that they built, that's what they bring to the table, and then they just crush their sport.
The ultimate thing to take away from this though is his external rotators.
Like some people just do weird shit and win. And that's just the way it is.
Relatively are a little weak, but it's mainly the muscles that help pull the shoulder blade down and back, which obviously anecdotally you notice that too from a posture standpoint.
Yeah, can't stand up straight.
But like great news, the shoulder's in a good place. The left was stronger than the right on external rotation, which is awesome. So all that's good. Now it's like guns a-blazing on fixing the mid-back.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this guy's veins are thicker than my fucking wiener. So yeah, I think he's probably not natty.
And then honestly, like if there is a takeaway, there's probably not much to do from a flexor extensor standpoint. It's all like a 1-to-1 ratio moving forward. There's nothing terrible other than fixing the mid-back. Your range isn't bad.
I'm cheating by leaning forward a bit.
That's okay.
But I should stay upright. I was telling Justin my analogy for this is we're doing Jack Leak testing. to create goals to work towards.
This just looks painful. And I will admit, a lot of this activation and stretching, if you're not used to it, like it just hurts. But like I don't think it should be this hard. Like it's like his body is fighting against itself.
In Formula One, there's race day, and then there's qualifications, and then there's driving the track, and then there's walking the track to get used to like how the track goes. Today's equivalent to walking the track. I haven't ran, I haven't jumped, I haven't done any of this shit really intense for a while, so just feeling it out, getting a baseline, like how fast can I run,
unless they're about to go into plyometrics or something to prime his nervous system and tissue, like this is going to end badly. If he's saying he hasn't ran or jumped in a long time and he's just doing this cold turkey besides this warm-up, like, this is how you get injured.
I run, what do I need to work on to be able to run better? Can I jump, throw, all these little things? But this is the start of the JackLead testing. We're going to build out how we want to monitor it online so you guys can input your own numbers and follow along, create your own goals, and get jacked and do all your thing. Disclosure, don't make fun of my running form or any of my form. My body hasn't moved in any other motion other than this in a long time.
He's literally too lean and too big to sprint right now. It is interesting that you say lean. I don't know how much he weighs, probably 2 something. But with this amount of muscle mass and I guess his leanness, this would cause a problem. Unless you're following Mr. Mike's scientific thesis, N1 plus N2 plus N3 equals athleticism, like.
So give me a break. How do you like consider the pause in between?
It has to be no stop.
How did coach think this will end well, meaning without an injury? I don't know. Maybe he's high on his own supply.
And movement. So it can't be like jump, reset, jump, reset. It has to be continuous.
It's weird that the bodybuilders have trouble talking, but it seems like strongmen don't. I don't know if that's just an anecdotal observation, but I can hypothesize that strongmen are way more conditioned than bodybuilders. Like I said, strongman is an actual sport. There is endurance, there is power, there is glycolytic elements to it. This gets fascinating the more you unpack it, right? Each exercise, each event, each workout is inherently different. Strongmen are doing compound CNS-heavy movements while moving through space and time for time. Your lungs start to scream. You have to manage your breath. You have to maintain the load and stability. Bodybuilders do none of that. Have you guys tried like farmer walks, carries, yoke walks, Atlas stones, fucking running with weight? You'll find out very quick why strongmen probably don't gasp for air and bodybuilders do.
Movement. Can it be like... Technically, yeah. But there's any stop, like if you, boom, that'd be fine. But someone really athletic is just boom, 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 and they get further distance. Shoot to do it. We don't have to retest if you fall.
All is fair in love and war.
The reason why I think being too lean, like becoming lean as a result of your sport, aka sprinting or track, is different than being bodybuilder competition lean or off-season lean, maintaining 10% body fat for vanity metrics. Because your body is used to it in the first one. Your body's not used to it in the second, right? So like in this case scenario, if you're too lean and you're not used to the movements, you don't have any sort of like intracellular cushion between your tendons, muscles. Like all of this is very kind of like crunchy. If you don't train plyometrics and you're not adapted to it, it's a nervous system thing.
There you go. All right, on you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get. We'll call it 46 foot 2 inches.
Oh, hell yeah.
You got over the 15-yard mark.
PRs.
That's good.
JackLead standard.
That's good. You're flying too, like It looks pretty.
I mean, even the body of the coach is looking like he never did anything athletic either, just massive legs. Yeah, man. I mean,
pretty cool. It looks pretty cool.
You know where I felt it?
Huh. Your arms from the swing?
Literally.
Yeah. All right, on you.
Single?
Yep, just one. Just one. 9'2", 9'2", which is not bad.
Not
a
bad.
9-foot broad jump, not terrible. Not terrible.
I think Mike Israetel did one of these and people are roasting him. So as long as I don't get roasted like that. If it looked bad, do I need to do that again, Henry?
You want me to check?
That looked pretty good.
I mean, let me actually look at it. I don't care.
what if someone was a distance runner turned bodybuilder, then got back into running years down the line? So the interesting thing about this, right? Grego Gallagher, Kinobody, just went like semi-viral, I think, on X, or at least it got some traction, talking about, he pissed some people off saying that he thinks it's more valuable in terms of like just a general rule of thumb and or like life enjoyment, whatever, to build muscle first, right? Get strong. And then, you know, within a matter of like 6 to 8 weeks, you can really dial in your conditioning and go from like not having a lot or any at all to being pretty competent in the realm of cardio. Now, that's not to say you're going to, you know, run a sub 5 mile, sub 25K, but like your conditioning can improve very quickly compared to packing on pounds of contractile tissue, which takes months and years to do. And that got people riled up because he's like, I'd rather be strong and jacked and then just like get into cardio for shits and gigs. This way I can maintain my muscle mass. It's not demanding to like build it again versus being a cardio bunny and then getting like super into lifting. You're going to have a harder time making that transition.
Same thing. I'll have you line up like to where your heels are on that same line, and then you'll just boom, throw backwards, and we'll mark it. Okay, on you. Uh, 49.6. 49.6. That's pretty nice.
It went further than he was standing, which means I threw it farther than he was expecting.
How'd the upper body feel?
I felt my right shoulder a bit at the far end.
Bumstead jumps 2 nippards. Got it. Yeah, write that down. He jumps at least 2 nippards.
Yeah.
But not bad.
Okay, cool. All right. Let's warm up.
Did you do one of those?
Yeah. Yeah, unless if you wanted to. That's what I was saying. Did you like that one?
Well, I got to do another throw. I just felt it was a warm up, you know?
Whatever you want. All right, on you.
I like the same.
48.11.
Bit less?
So 3 inches less.
It's going to become a skill, too. Like learning how to throw the ball. How high, how far, where to hold it. I'm like, do I want to hold?
I mean, like, once again, this is just like a metric to measure, I guess, like, can he throw a ball far? I don't know if this translates into any sort of, like, sport. In what sport are you fucking yeeting a med ball over your head?
Hold it from the side or more here, like?
We'll warm up as if you're doing a 40.
Doing cardio and athletic activities is like post-nut clarity for bodybuilders. That's the truest statement I heard all day.
It'll just be toe on the line, and then you'll go. So I'll go down to the 40 and just run through it at like a 50%.
No, we're in the best outfits
50%. 50%.
That's 40?
It is 40.
That's far.
Yeah.
Damn.
Making this makes me feel bad for everyone in the gym just building static muscle. So if you get anything out of this video, just let it be this timestamp, okay? And people in the comments, if you get this far, show this timestamp to other people talking shit. The most important thing about all of this shit, okay? I don't care about vanity metrics. I don't care about how athletic you are. I don't care about X, Y, and Z, what you look like. Are you having fun? okay? If you're doing this shit for any other reason than like you don't at least have fun doing it, then like that's just lame shit. We need to bring fun back into this. If you find this fun, then maybe it's for you. But a lot of people get in this mindset of like lifting, oh, that's cope, that's cringe. Like, sure. But like, do you even enjoy what you're doing?
50%. Don't get excited. 50%. 50%.
To be honest, I outgrew the traditional just like gym bro shitness industry lifting because it wasn't fun anymore. I hit some goals that I was happy with. I was content. And I was like, okay, if I make my 300-pound bench a 400-pound bench, how will my life improve? If anything, I'll probably just get a little chubbier. That's not ideal. So then I had to reassess, what did I actually want to do? Like, I had some athleticism that was untapped. I played sports growing up. Like, why not reincorporate that back into my life? I don't have to be in the NFL, NBA, anything like that, but like I can be a capable, like, young adult. You know, like men start to peak. A lot of people think that like men fucking peak in their early 20s. No. Early 30s, mid 30s. I mean, you have some world champions at the top of their sports that are late 30s, early 40s, okay? If anything, that is the cope. So you got to think long term. You got to stop with the instant gratification nonsense. Have fun. Find a skill that you like, a hobby that you like that you can explore fully, and just try to get good at it.
You don't know how fast I am.
Dude's gonna hit a 4.3 if that's 50.
Got excited when I bent over there. I couldn't do 50%. That felt good though.
Yeah, I mean, it looked fine. We'll go like a 60%, 65%. And try to build up to, like, don't worry about smoking yourself the first 10. Like,
and lifting is important. Don't think for a second, I don't think lifting is not important. No, it was foundational to like my life in many ways. The gym gave me everything because it was the most basic positive feedback loop. It was hard. It was strenuous. It's suffering manifest. And every day you look in the mirror, you lift the weights, you're like, fuck! I just want to get there. And then you get there and then you look back and you're like, God! And then it keeps happening. And then the key, though, is to translate it into transcending and keep that same mindset and apply it to other things.
Okay, give it a little bit more through the end. But
just to warm up?
Yeah. All right, here we go.
The quads of the coach are sus, very sus.
Okay.
Okay.
How was that one?
I feel my hamstrings being tight.
Yeah. So we'll go.
Luckily, I can feel it enough to be like, okay, there's my max speed.
Yeah.
That might have been my max speed right there today.
Yeah.
I feel like
Now, I'm not really going to shit on him because I just know how this plays out. I think he's a good sport about it. It's just that a lot of people cope about like, oh, all muscles are functional. They can be functional. That doesn't mean they are functional.
like an anime character.
They're supposed to be functional.
Who has like power within him that's unlocked, and I need to like do things to pull it, like it's there, but I can't access it, you know? Like I'm jumping and I'm like, ooh, don't jump that hard. Ooh, don't run that fast. It's like untapped potential.
How are you feeling overall?
I feel pretty good. Yeah. Honestly, fun being out here doing different styles of training and having different goals. It's like exciting again, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely feels like that last run, I was like, ooh, my hamstring was like pulling. It didn't feel fluid at all. So I'm not gonna sprint here. I'm gonna run fast. I don't know if you can legally call it a sprint if you're not going full tilt.
And again, no records are being set today.
Oh, we're breaking all the records.
Okay, ready? Get your other foot set wherever you want it.
How fast do I have to go once it's set?
I'd push your other foot back further. Yep.
The more muscle doesn't require more oxygen. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, in an aerobic capacity. Anaerobic doesn't require oxygen. That's why sprinters are usually jacked. But in terms of like steady state aerobic activity, yes, it requires more oxygen. Problem is, these bodybuilders are not primed for aerobic activity.
And then get a little forward lean. Yep.
Now, with sprinting, you're looking for maximal force production off the line. I mean, that's why they have the starting blocks. There's that dig phase, and then there's momentum at the end, right? Maximal power output, you can only maintain or you can achieve it in 6 to 7 seconds. I explained this earlier. I don't know if this is when ATP peaks out. There's many ways to measure this. But think about it like this. It's quite simple. In a 100-meter race, it is a race, it is a competition to who generates the most amount of force and then maintains it at the end. Meaning you're not gaining more power, generating more power at the end of the race. Now, people might pull ahead because of various parameters within their skill set, right? Maybe someone has more like turnover and that extrapolates over time. But in terms of like raw power production, they're not generating new power midway through the race. They're carrying the momentum that they create from the blast off.
Get your knee forward more. Yeah, and more upright. Okay. On you. Go ahead.
Like, if you're not catching someone in the first, I don't know, how long do you give it? Odds are you're not going to catch them.
Oh, yeah.
You good?
Cramp?
Just pull a little bit in my quad there.
Yeah? Yeah, so you're good.
Let's get a replay on that.
And more upright. Okay. On you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
That's not ideal. Some would even say that's bad.
Yeah.
You good?
Cramp?
Just pull a little bit in my quad there.
Yeah? Yeah, so you're good. 1 to 10.
It was like a quick pull and then it kind of like faded.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like a tear.
That's a big muscle, too. Normally, people blow their hamstring when they sprint, when they haven't sprinted in a long time. Quad is interesting.
No,
like something was like...
This is just not what we're looking for.
Something's mad, it's like, don't do that.
Or just like, it was like adhesions like kind of pulled.
It's possible. It's possible. But...
That's how I look running to my stove when bubbles are pouring over the pot. Yeah, I gotta save my ravioli.
We've gotten your jumps. We've gotten your throws. We have gotten pseudo 40s. Not a...
Greg made a good point watching this too. Quads is the main injection site for pinning roids. So over the years of bodybuilding, the scar tissue builds up and you can't do shit like running. Are you serious? That sounds really convoluted. I don't know if I believe that, but interesting take.
Real 40. We'll give it 5 to 8 minutes. See where you're sitting, and
5 to 8 minutes.
We'll toy with it and go from there. What would you say your your effort was on it, like 1 to 10?
That was RPE 10. He put the thrusters on, bro.
8?
Like a fucking 12?
8.
7?
Yeah. We'll toy with it.
Connor Sinan tore his quad off the bone trying to dunk. See, I'm not going to speculate, but I know he is chemically enhanced, admittedly so. You're not going to have a good time just trying to do shit. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? You probably shouldn't try to dunk if you don't actively attempt to dunk. Same with sprinting. Now, I was actually in the wrong for the longest time because I thought, I swear to God, I was naive, that every human being was capable of running at a top speed. Boy, was I wrong. Some people literally cannot sprint. Because I grew up at recess, playing infection tag, essentially. Like you tag one person and then they're it with the other person, so then it scales exponentially. Soon you're the last man standing. You have 12 people running after you. You're sprinting. That's what I grew up on, playing sports. Manhunt. Apparently people forget, lose the ability to, or even just can't sprint in the first place. They don't have the mechanics. They don't have the rotation. They don't have the force production. They don't know what they're doing. They're like a fish out of water. For me, I grew up sprinting. Therefore, it's innate.
I probably went a little harder than I was planning on it.
Yeah.
A little excited,
No, which is understandable.
Well, not the ending that we were hoping for, but nonetheless, Justin worked on my leg, and I knew I didn't tear it horribly when I was running out there. I've torn multiple things doing hack squat, leg press, leg extension, all the things, training normally, and it's not been that bad. Obviously not what we wanted, and this is it was all in my head. I was got a little excited as soon as he's go, and I'm like, sprint. And it just felt good to be moving again, so it felt good that it excited me to run again, but it was I should have withheld a little.
Stronger muscle pulling on weaker connective tissue. That's a great observation. If you're not rolling out this fascia, this tightly bound sheath around your muscles, if you're not progressively overloading your nervous system and motor neuron recruitment in such a way that requires force production, like jumping, not only accelerating, this is something I had to learn at the ripe age of 24 over the past 3 years. Now I'm 27. Deceleration, right? Especially in boxing, one of the biggest things is stepping, right, on your jab. But can you decelerate and get back as fast, if not faster? It's eccentric and concentric, or concentric, eccentric. A lot of people fine with concentric, right? They can generate the power, but have weak eccentrics coming back.
But he even told me multiple times, he's don't go all out.
So if you're a big dude and you can generate a lot of power, that's all well and good, but can you slow it down? Can you stop on a dime? Are you agile?
Just take it easy. Don't go too fast. Then
I haven't seen Phil's legs in years, bro. I wear fucking short shorts on stream all the time. My juicy quads hang out of my goddamn shorts like just meat, ready to be ogled at.
I got a little too excited and my momentum built up, and like he was saying, my body has so much power, but it's not used to moving like that. So it's way harder for me to learn how to do this than someone who's never trained in their entire.
To be honest, I don't even know if he has that much power. Maybe. But it doesn't look like it.
Entire life at my same age. It's I'm worse off. But when I get there, I'll be better off. So it's just harder to get there safely, I guess, because I have more power to hurt myself with that. Anyways, still locked in. This is part of the journey that we're going to be pushing through. Testing is yet to be done. By
this is kind of like a Joe Roganism, where I think that Joe Rogan thinks that the more muscular you are, the more athletic you are. Or at least your capacity to be athletic is. So perhaps Chris Bumstead is sitting on an untapped gold mine of athleticism, but it has yet to be expressed. I'm ready to be proven wrong. I just know how that's not how it works.
Myself. So, like I said, this was the walk of the track before we actually run the track, before we drive the track. So, that's it. I got nothing else to say. That's it. See you later. Never know how to wrap this shit up.
In my opinion, if Chris Bumstead wanted to be athletic, his weight would probably start with a 1 instead of a 2. That's true. If you only train to do the opposite of sprinting, aka static lifting, in isolated movement patterns, aka bodybuilding, you'll probably lose it. Yet they say under 200 is victim weight. It is a meme. But if I'm being honest, it's a psyop. Victim weight goes out the window when you're competent and athletic. For example, just follow this logic for a second, right? Do you think somebody 200 pounds can knock you out? Yeah. Do you think somebody 190 can knock you out? Yeah. Do you think somebody 180 can knock you out? Yeah. Do you think somebody 170 can knock you out? Yeah. Do you think somebody 160 can knock you out? I'm sorry to tell you, but like, yeah. 150, and it doesn't have to be knockout. I'm just doing this for the love of the game here. Maybe at like 120, you're unknockoutable. That's just pure feather victim weight. Can Tank knock me out? Yeah, like, I mean, oos. And then you're looking up at the ceiling because a 95-pound TIE fighter just teeped you in the forehead. It is what it is. I hope Chris Bumstead learns to run and sprint. I hope he becomes a jacked athlete. I want to see it. I want to see how far he can go. Truthfully, I'm not even kidding here. I want to see what his untapped potential is. I want to see him ascend and leave humanity behind. Not only in bodybuilding, but now in athleticism. However that is measured without a sport. Marin, are you still here, bro? There's no way. You better be sleeping. It's fucking 5 in the morning. Lords with the 10. Do I still stand by it? Ooh. Dude, I'm going to be honest. It's a difficult one. I have no idea what their true intentions are. I can only tell you based on what I observed that some weird fuck shit's going on with that project, and more than meets the eye. Whether I nailed everything in that video, it's up to debate. But for its time, I think it was pretty compelling. I think it was a great video, and I gave it my all. I don't. So I think my original analysis was that I don't think that they were actually Nazis. I think that perhaps some people involved in the project were being transgressive and using memetics, memes, super ironic, just like, because there's something observable with like the dirtbag left, right, where they're so jaded with politics, where they just like. They fall into like an extreme form of edgy humor that's just like meaningless at a certain point. Am I watching the NFL playoffs? So interesting point here. I never watch sports unless they're like on and I'm with friends and they're watching it. I watched this weekend 2 football games, semi in their entirety. And I got to say, it was more entertaining than I thought. Now, maybe they were just like good games. It was the Panthers versus... Who'd the Panthers just lose to? 100 P, Marin. 100 P. And then I watched the Eagles game last night, or the tail end of it. Yeah, I don't know if I enjoy watching football more or basketball more now. If I had to pick. I know baseball is my lowest tier. But in terms of like keeping track of player stats and like win-loss and like no, fantasy football, I'm out. No, I went to a hockey game in person last year, and I thought that was pretty fucking peak. That was some insane shit. They just never stop playing, and they just fight each other, and they just kill each other. It's a hot take, Mary. That's a hot take. People like lacrosse. I think that sport's trash. If I were to pick one sport that I think is like just like gutter tier, I'm picking lacrosse. I don't like it. It's not fun. I don't think it's cool. Technically, I guess it would be the most American sport because the Native Americans played it. But that's really it, guys. Chat. I'll be back tomorrow. That was a 5-hour stream. That's a 5-hour fill. Coming at you on a fucking Monday. It's late here. It's 11:18. It's even later for you guys. What about tennis? I like tennis. I don't know if I really like watching it, but it's got aura. It's a very athletic sport. I'll give it that. Athletic in a way that is appealing, but not really appealing to me. I like the aesthetics of tennis, right? It's got like that old money, kind of like aristocracy, like it's a little gay, but it's pretty nice too. I'm a soccer guy. I used to love soccer growing up. I was pretty nasty with it. But I didn't make the high school team, and then my career was over. I think one of the downsides of MMA, especially like the UFC, is that it's a bit too brutish. Like, striking is much prettier to look at in a weird way. But like the second you involve wrestling, like my brain just turns off. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. I think the main reason I got cut from from both teams, I got cut from basketball, I got cut from soccer. Like, all these travel kids, right? They understand these inherent drills during the tryouts. And like, I played in middle school, but I wasn't on like a travel team or anything like that. Like, give me the ball, I'll do some work with it. Basketball, soccer, like, I got you. But like, they had these extravagant like drills, and like, I was cooked. I forgot what the fuck the elaborate plan was. Run left, pass right, fuck it, like, I don't know. Not ideal. I can dribble, I can shoot, I can mog. It's just a skill issue is really what it is. It's just a fucking skill issue. No, I wrestled, and I'm sorry to tell you, it's equally as gay, if not gayer. Yeah, my brain activity was just way too low. It's okay to cope. Thanks, guys. Thanks. All right, well, I'm going to go cope myself to sleep. It's been a real stream. I appreciate all the support. Chat, I got to get some rest. I got to rest, recover, repeat, because we're coming back with the stream much earlier tomorrow. I will not leave you guys hanging for multiple hours throughout the day. No, I will be streaming much earlier, probably around noon, and then I'll see you guys then. GG, boys.